Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Konnichiwa, ni hao, annyeong, bonjour, aloha, howdy, hi. Moshi mosh, ciao. Hi. Hello. Welcome. Today I'm covering a Google Doc that actually just came out. It came out, what, let's say last night, yesterday? Yesterday at 8 p.m. It was around the time I started my stream, so I didn't see it. But I decided I was gonna cover it this morning. Basically, Sinder here, who you know, very recently, as I guess back in April, not very recently, but somewhat recently, back in April, had a Google Doc where they apologized for several things, or I guess there was a okay. So let's. I too was a little bit confused about the drama here because I'm like, okay, this is a new drama, or this is about the old drama. What's going on here? The very recent thing. This is what this video is about. This 1,000-page post. This is the post. Sinder decided yesterday, 8:15 p.m. to release this post. It said the burden of proof is on the accuser, not the accused. They lied to you. Here's 1,000 pages of proof. So that's this Google Doc right here. So I decided I was going to go through it page by page. We'll see if it's worth looking at. I don't know if it is. Maybe not. Maybe. But yeah, that's sad, I guess. So just to quickly summarize, so there was back in I was asking Grok. Look, I asked Gork. I was like, Gork, help me out here because I'm a little bit fuzzy on the details. There was a drama that happened in April, same year. So the initial controversy erupted in April 26, 2025 when VTuber artist Nanoless released a Google Doc accusing Sinder and her manager Red, later revealed as her boyfriend, of manipulation, sabotage, and slander. Allegations include spreading rumors about creators like Shylily and Bao, pressuring Nanoless into an unpaid exclusivity contract, and blacklisting others like Silvervale. The events, let's see, Nanoless provided Discord screenshots as evidence, prompting Sinder to dismiss Red as her manager. Did she really dismiss him? I don't think she did. Oh, she claimed she would, right? She claimed he would no longer be working with the channel, and I called bullshit way back when. It's not recorded, but I did. I called bullshit. I said this is all just, she's putting all the blame. She's shoving in her apology document. She shoved all the blame on Redacted, her manager / boyfriend. She's like, all right, yeah, I fucked up. I'm gonna shove all the blame on him. He's gonna disappear, but still be behind the scenes. Like, my boyfriend's not going away, right? So he'll still be behind the scenes, essentially still doing the same shit he was doing before. But now I can just kind of, he's a sacrificial chicken. I can just throw my sins onto him and then, you know, kill the chicken. Bam, I'm absolved, right? Essentially. But she had her apology. Sinder posted an apology acknowledging some faults, but was met with widespread criticism from fans of VTubers, e.g. Shylily, Silvervale, and that escalated the feud. The outcome was Sinder went on a hiatus back in, May, amid career damage and mental health struggles with the community split on her accountability. Yeah. And she has been on, as far as I'm aware, she's been on hiatus since then. And you can look, after we look at, when we look at, actually I can close that. We look at her Twitter account. If we go back to her Twitter page here, she's got not very many tweets going on here. She got, like, if we go far enough back, this was April 25. Then we got her saying, effective immediately redacted, her boyfriend / manager, will no longer be managing or overseeing my VTuber activities. He no longer represents me as a creator, my brand, or my intentions. I'm sorry, everyone. I'll make a larger response when I'm able. Let's see. Sinder revealed themselves, as well as Vamp Peach's VT, that Redacted was Sinder's partner. Moreover, per Bao, Nanoless, and Silvervale's account, Redacted acted with Sinder's knowledge and consent, both of which were directly engaged in libel towards other creators. Okay, so basically she's full of shit, is what this is trying to say. But she issued an apology the next day, that Google Doc, where she basically put all the blame on Red, said, you know, hey, he's no longer a manager, which is bullshit. And since then, there's been nothing, my point being, there's nothing been posted since then. April 27th to today, or I guess, sorry, yesterday. 8 p.m. yesterday. That's a large time gap of hiatus. Well, a few months. So anyway, I don't know if this really changes anything. So anyway, so this is the current drama now. On April 8th, well, I guess it was April 7th, really, Sinder returned with a nearly 1,000-page Google Doc countering the April accusations by admitting limited mistakes, e.g. neglecting Bao, blaming Red for unmonitored actions, and accusing Shylily of orchestrating a character assassination with cherry-picked evidence from Nanoless, Silvervale, and Aruuu. The doc includes chat logs, timelines to refute claims, reinstates Red despite his past role, this is kind of a spoiler, announces her streaming comeback, reactions, okay. So we'll go over the doc. And just because I was also confused, just to help people out, alright. Here are the accounts on the right here. You can see here are the accounts kind of associated with this drama here. You have Sinder, who is the kind of gal of the hour here. You have Red, her manager slash boyfriend. You have Silvervale, one of the another VTuber who was neglected or didn't get. They were trying to shut her out from art and other things. Shylily, another VTuber who was mentioned. Bao is another VTuber who was mentioned. Nanoless was I believe, an artist. And Aruuu is another artist. But we'll go more into detail. These are the people mentioned in the doc, I believe, if you want to see their accounts. But over here, I have more of a detailed summary here. We got, so Sinder, I'm not going to read through it, but the relationship. She's the independent creator formerly managed by Red. Her boyfriend worked with Nanoless for models. So Nanoless made the models. Friends with Bao, targeted by Shylily, Silvervale, and Aruuu in accusations. So these three accused Sinder of doing some shit. Red, you know, is the partner slash boyfriend we mentioned before. Clashed with Nanoless over commission, slandered Shylily and others per Nanoless's claims. Let's see. So Nanoless was is a VTuber artist who designs models, collaborates with Sinder, or used to at least. I don't know if she still does. She worked for Sinder, accused her and Red of manipulation. I would assume she doesn't work with them any longer. Later claimed overbooking led to commission issues. Or at least I think this is a claim that Sinder makes in the document. Shylily was a former supporter of Sinder, turned accuser, allegedly masterminded Sinder's cancellation. Let's see. Silvervale, she was blacklisted by Red. Red was trying to get people to not associate with Silvervale. And she had a model that was being worked on by Nanoless that was canceled as a result of the previous drama, which added to the accusations against Sinder, of course. Bao was Sinder's friend, neglected by Sinder, indirectly affected. I don't really know what this neglected, I guess. I don't know. We'll find out, maybe. Aruuu is not really that important. Minor figure in this drama. Important, but I mean not important for this drama. But anyway, not meaning to diminish them, but they're accused of design copying slash exploitation, less detailed involvement. So I don't really know what this is about. Maybe we'll see something about that. Anyway. The community, some divided, some support Sinder's, or many are divided. Some support Sinder, others criticize her response as evasive, fueling on. Yeah, she was evasive. Anyway, yeah. So those are the people involved, and we can look at the doc right now. Actually, let's get right into the doc. So as you know, it's 1,000 fucking pages, so it might take a while, maybe not, maybe this is a lot of screenshots, I don't know, but here's the overview. We've got an overdue response, redacted, my apology and taking accountability. Spoiler alert, I feel like she doesn't. She already issued an apology. Nanoless, Bao, V-Card, and Numi's concert. Anyway, so let's get started. Hi everyone, and also, if this looks a little dark, that's the way the doc looks. Like, I tried looking if it was my settings. No, this is just what the doc looks like, so I can't change it to be lighter. Or, I mean, I could, but it's fine. Deal with it. Anyway, hi everyone. It's been over 5 months since everything happened. I've never been good with words, and I'm especially bad at verbalizing my feelings. I've always hid my insecurities, and it's hard for me to open up about things, even to people closest to me. It was nearly 2 a.m. for me on April 26th when Nanoless and Bao posted their documents together. That was the first drama back in April of this year. After I finished streaming earlier in the night, I was awake for almost 48 hours by the time I posted my apology. Looking back at it, no, it wasn't good. Yeah, no shit. I was not in a sound state of mind when it was written. I was blindsided by any of this coming out and the accusations made against me. No one involved tried contacting me privately beforehand. Well, I guess there's, we'll see if there's DMs coming up soon. I think there are screenshots of DMs, probably. So no one DM'd you, I guess. All right. Where is that? I lost my place. Blindsided. Yep, okay. I was unable to eat, sleep, or do anything else but watch more documents and statements be released while everything fell apart. I didn't have Red, I didn't have my friends, but I had the weight of the entire internet waiting to see what I was going to say and how I was going to say it wrong. Wait, you didn't have Red? What the fuck do you mean you didn't have Red? I didn't have access to search for all the evidence to defend myself with the growing list of allegations, and I didn't have time to put it all together cohesively anyways. I was petrified. I kept thinking how I could ever live without you by my side. No. Then you learn to stay alive, right? But I grew stronger. I learned how to stay alive. Nah. How could I possibly respond correctly, quote unquote, to a coordinated effort like this in the state I was in without just blindly accepting fault for all the things I didn't do or never knew happened? I rushed to get something out, defend myself the best I could in the heat of the moment, and post it just so I could rest. No matter what I would end up saying, it would never have been good enough. You know, just don't do the things to start with. Just don't be an asshole to start with. You don't get this many allegations and shit against you for no fucking reason. I mean, maybe you do, but I feel like just be on the up and up, just be, you know, truthful with people, and you wouldn't have to fucking put out documents like this. Anyway. Took me a long time to mentally recover and have the ability to face any of this again. I couldn't look at anything Sinder related without breaking down. All of my fans that looked up to me were led to believe I was evil and encouraged to destroy or donate my merch. Almost everyone I knew or cared about turned on me in an instant, and anyone who's ever had anything to say about me did. I had only one of my close friends message me after everything was out there. I received rape, dox, and death threats over these accusations. So I stepped away from the internet. I reconnected with Red, and we worked things out between ourselves. When we were both ready to, he helped me with the long process of making this document. I didn't say almost anything else to anyone sooner, privately or publicly, because no one would believe me until I had absolutely everything put together to post it all at once in one place. Bullshit. I'm calling bullshit that, oh, I wasn't with Red. No, I didn't have Red. We weren't together. Bullshit, you fucking lying hoe. You guys were together the whole time. Come on now. You guys were together the whole time. You never separated. He never left your quote-unquote managerial role. He's effectively your life manager as your boyfriend. He is working as that essentially. So he never really left that role. And he helped you with this document too. And you know, I don't know what to tell you. I feel like the internet, look, I'm not saying you have to do this. I don't think you should leave him. But I feel like the internet is not going to be happy until you do. And I'm not saying do that. Don't listen to the internet. Fuck the internet. But still, I think the internet's not going to be happy until she leaves him. That's what they want. They're out for blood. She leaves him. She says sorry. If she said it's all his fault, I'm sorry, and she left him, and then he was no longer associated with her whatsoever, it probably would have went better for her. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. So the purpose of this document, we got our mission statement here. Present the full story and the facts and evidence around what happened with complete transparency, defend myself against what's been said about me, provide mine and Red's perspectives and motivations about each situation. It wasn't my choice to make this public, but since it is, my side of the story matters too. Okay? To take accountability for everything that each of us are guilty of in the past couple of years, whether they were revealed in the original documents or not. Okay, so we'll see if there's new stuff revealed. This document will not absolve either of us of all wrongdoing, and it isn't trying to. 3, it'll dispel rumors, misconceptions, and theories about me, show how and why things actually occurred, point out and refute discrepancies and lies in the claims or statements made against me. We've done things wrong, but the amount and degree of them has been incredibly exaggerated or completely made up. I like how she says this is not going to try and absolve us of all wrongdoing. Also, many of the things are all made up. We didn't do everything wrong. No, it's all it's just immediately on. I mean, the whole thing's going to be defense mode, right? This document contains speculation. Baseless accusations were made against me without evidence, so I've kept speculation labeled as such in this document. Okay. That's good. Most of it is supported by circumstantial evidence, but it should not be treated as solid fact. Okay, fair enough. This document is not to fuel harassment or spread hate towards anyone involved. I'm doing what's listed above and posting this document in the same public setting the original documents were. If you have harassed anyone involved in my defense, quote unquote, you are not my supporter. Your actions are reprehensible, and I've never advocated for anyone to do this for any reason. I'm sorry to anyone who's been affected by any actions of rogue community members against my principles. I see. Okay. So, I mean, that's good. Calling for people not to attack people, that's good. Saying you're gonna list anything that is speculation as such, that's good. I mean, it's all good stuff, I guess, listed out. We'll see if it holds up, though. Page 2 of 2. Is there really thousands of pages? How many? Okay, well, alright. Thousands of pages, I'm a little bit worried. I don't know if I have the breath to finish this. Alright, we start off immediately with, I have been made out to be a two-faced, greedy, jealous, psychopathic narcissist who's maliciously used, stalked, sabotaged, and betrayed those closest to me and anyone around me for my own gain for years, manipulating my way to the top like some kind of evil mastermind. Where's Red involved in that? Not just you. Not just you, with Red's help. You were lied to. I thought you're not trying to absolve yourself here. There are things I've done wrong, but this image of me could not be further from reality. This was a complete public assassination of my character over what were lies and assumptions, followed by my cancellation and disappearance, with my accusers profiting from it. If I was really the awful person I was made out to be, then this document wouldn't exist. What? Why wouldn't it? Even if you were awful, this document could exist. What do you mean? Oh, well, let me finish. I wouldn't have any way to refute the claims made against me. I could have just continued streaming and profited from the drama and the over 30 million views that situation garnered. You still could have done that. I never understand this. It's like, anytime there's a drama, it's like, just keep going. Just keep going. The internet has a short memory. Well, I guess it doesn't. Well, it kind of does, but it doesn't. But, you know, if you just kept making more content, you kept going, eventually they forget. Your fans will stay your fans, for the most part. When you're as big as these creators are, just keep going. You can weather the drama, it'll be over. Like, you're making it a bigger deal by releasing 1,000, you are dramatizing it, dramatizing? I don't know. You are making it worse, is what I'm trying to say. You are making it worse by dropping a 1,000-page document. You're making the drama juicy. Which I guess maybe it's intentional. Maybe they want this attention. Maybe they want it for their big comeback stream or something. Because they do say later in this document they're making a comeback stream, right? Maybe it's intentional to create drama, create all this like controversy so that they'll have a huge boost in views when they come back. Maybe. Anyway, let's stop cutting in here. Let's get back into this. I could have let everyone forget about this and come back like nothing ever happened, but it's not true, and I couldn't allow myself to move on without making things right. Everything that's come out and stories that followed have been blown out, way out of proportion, turned into crazy conspiracies. Both Red and I have done wrong, and all of that will be addressed here, but the story everyone was told was not the reality of what happened. Every single person I've ever interacted with in the past almost 5 years, even those closest to me, and every single interaction with them would have to have been fake for the story told about me to be true. Is that right? I don't know if I believe that, but I believe that there are two people responsible for how things played out. You and Red? You and Red? With a third merely having an axe to grind against someone they never liked. Nanoless lied overwhelmingly about what happened between her and Red. Sat back and played everyone. Oh, this is all Nanoless then? Sounds like a shift in blame instantly, including my friends. Shylily lied about me from the start, orchestrated things behind the scenes, and manipulated the public to their side. Silvervale took the opportunity to lie all about our interactions together, making things even worse for me. They had the most to gain from my cancellation, including their own satisfaction. None of them could take accountability for their... pot calling the kettle black here. None of them could take accountability for their own actions and push it all onto me instead. The only two people that could disprove their lies just made into lying manipulators and wiped off the internet. Sure. So, aren't you kind of doing exactly what you're saying they're doing? You're basically saying, no, Nanoless, Shylily, and Silvervale, they're the ones who did everything. They're the lying, manipulative assholes. Didn't Silvervale kind of lose out on a model because Red told, who was it? Was trying to like box her out of getting certain art, certain models, certain commissions done. We'll see. I assume that's true. I don't think Silvervale would lie about that. I don't know. If that was a lie, it seems like that would be pretty easy to prove, right? Aside from the labeled speculation, let me scroll this down a little bit. Aside from the labeled speculation, everything presented in this document is true to the best of mine and Red's knowledge. I have nothing to hide, and there isn't a reason to hide anything anymore. The bulk of what's shown here over the past 2+ years was over the past 2+ years. Keep in mind that no matter who you are, opinions, thoughts, and feelings can change a lot over a long period of time, for better or worse. I went back and forth on a lot of things to put in here, asking myself if I should leave them out for the people I still care for or keep them in for my own sake. No matter what evidence is included in this document, it wouldn't be surprising if it's claimed that even with all the evidence, all of this is just me trying to lie, manipulate, gaslight my way out of what happened, and no one should possibly believe me again. Yeah, that's very... Is that not... If you did lie, if it's true that you lied at all, if it's true that you manipulated at all, is it not fucking easily possible that this document is more lies and manipulation? Yeah, no shit. Yeah, no shit. To show that I stand by everything written here, and that I'm sorry for the things I've done, I've made a very hard decision. I'm giving up part ownership position of Gamer Subs, which I believe is a company that does collaboration deals with many other streamers. So, okay, giving up part ownership. I've worked so hard. Did you sell your position, or you just stepped down? I don't really know their association with Gamer Subs or how it works, but I don't know how big of a, you know, apology or, you know, concession that is. I worked so hard for them since December 2022, and earning this position was one of the biggest accomplishments of my life. I'm honored they chose to give me the opportunity, and I've been immensely proud to have the title. As sad as I am to do this, I feel the need to protect the company I love, and the people that work there, and everyone associated over my own interests. Gamer Subs suffered a lot of damage when all the accusations were made about me, and that fell on my shoulders. This is my responsibility as part owner, and I don't want any more harm or negativity to come to them by having this position. I didn't have to do this, and I wasn't asked, forced, or coerced into making this decision. There are things more important to me than business. I notified them of my decision in June, and it will take effect at the same time this document is published. Okay. Each tab in this document is about people and events related to the claims made against me. Oh, I can't scroll any further down. Well, okay, that's the bottom right there. You're not missing anything below that, except the black line. Let's see. Against me were... okay. Each tab in the document is about people and events related to the claims made against me, where I've provided links to each person's respective statements for reference. The evidence, context, mine, and Red's thoughts around each situation. You're intended to read each section, and in the order they're presented. The document should be viewed in desktop and light mode for the formatting to appear correctly. Okay. Some information and screenshots appear in multiple sections for whoever it's relevant to. This is a lot of yapping. Jesus fucking Christ. The first few sections being Nanoless, Bow, V-Card, and Numi's concert, Shylily culminate in the section breaking down what you've seen throughout them in the last few sections of this document being standalone. Unless stated otherwise, every link in this document is working at the time this is posted. This document will not be edited after it's posted either. Because we live in 2025, I need to say that this document was written without the use of AI. Yeah, no shit. I understand some of the things in this document may be damaging to the people involved. They understood that their claims would be damaging to me. Therefore, they publicly made them too. Okay. Everyone can review the evidence for themselves, decide what really happened. If I'm really the person you were led to believe me to be. Sure. Burden of proof is on the accuser, not the accused. Well, you apologize, though. You apologize. You made a whole fucking apology document where you said, yeah, all these things are bad, but Red did it. Now you're like, actually, here's me and Red saying, okay, we're not that guilty. You can't... The burden of proof is on the accuser, sure, and those documents had some proof in them. Now you, the accused, stand accused with evidence. And what did you do? You backed down and apologized. You can't pull that fucking, oh, look at this fucking cool, like, statement. Look at this one sentence that's bolded. So fucking cool and symbolic. Bitch, you fucking conceded. You conceded and apologized. You conceded. You can't do this. You can't try and do that. Anyway, next page. Next section. Redacted. Alright. Redacted. Why is it highlighted like this? Oh, Redacted. I keep forgetting Redacted is what they call him. Red helped me put this entire document together. We want to be upfront and honest that this was a two-person effort. His own commentary is presented throughout it and is labeled as his and highlighted in blue. Okay, so that's Red's. Okay. Hello, I'm Red. I'm Cinder's longtime partner and have worked alongside her since she started this career. I helped her put this document together to set the record straight. Over the past few months, I've had to come to terms with being the reason why Cinder's image, her relationships, and her career were all ruined. I hurt people who are our friends. I fucked up. She had to answer to the world for it, by herself. My actions ruined everything for her, and I'm taking responsibility and helping her pick up the pieces. I didn't want to put something out sooner without her, that could have made things worse. I ask that you don't hold what I did against her. Okay, isn't that convenient? It's all a red and I, but then when it's like, all right, where do we put all the blame? Well, I'm going to take all the blame. I'm also going to be the shadowy figure in the background that you can blame, but you don't get to see. All right, so first sentence, Red and I are still together. Bam, Red and I. We had a falling out and spent time apart after the documents dropped on April 26th, but he was still here for me when I was ready to talk to him again. Excuse me, sorry. We were able to work things out between us and forgive each other for what happened. I wasn't planning on saying anything about this again publicly, but I felt I needed to. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, I said from the first document, yeah, no shit. She pushed all the blame on him. And then she was like, she just left it up in the air, like whether or not they're together or what's going on. She claimed he was not going to be her manager, but she didn't say she was leaving him. So it's like, yeah, hey, dumbass, no shit. He's still going to be the same exact role he was before. And guess what? He still is the same exact role. Yeah. Unless you leave him, nothing about that's changing. She said she's planning on not telling anyone. She was going to stay in the same position, same managerial role. Even though he stepped down, he was still essentially going to be there doing the exact same thing. And she planned on not telling anyone she got back with him. I don't think they really even separated. They were gone for... That's like a fight. That's like a couple fight. Like when couples fight, they might be away from each other for like a day. Years ago, I cheated on Red online for my own selfish reasons. Damn, what a bitch. What a hoe. The things I said about him were out of my own frustrations and past experiences. I made things sound much worse than they were at the time and mischaracterized the person he is. Red already knew that this happened way before it was made public in April. And no one else was ever told about it before then either. We addressed both of our problems in our relationship and moved past it a long time ago. It had nothing to do with my career or current events. She's just a sick asshole, I guess, you know? It has nothing to do with the career or the events. She's just a cheater. Look, never mind the fact that I tried to cheat in my career. The fact that I cheated in my personal life too, on the guy who helped me cheat in my career, it's not related at all. These are just coincidences. Let's see. We disagreed. We disagreed. We get mad at each other. We argue, but our relationship isn't toxic or abusive in any way. I would appreciate if the speculation around it would stop. Okay. Red and I have always had some level of communication problems, even with each other. Neither of us are good communicators beyond surface level. It's hard to open up, and we get in our own heads about things. Who gives a shit about your relationship? Who gives a shit? We butt heads, disagree with each other sometimes. We're even more so working together all day, every day. Gotten much better over the years, but this is fucking Yappersville. Holy shit. Yap. This doesn't absolve you. It's like you're trying to pad out for 1,000 pages. Get to the fucking point. It's never perfect. Gotten better over the years. Okay, so the idea that anyone in any relationship would know about and agree with everything their partner feels, says, and does is crazy to me. No one said this. Nice straw man there. I'm not the only one who's ever had significant other keep secrets from them, and neither is Red. Yeah, because you cheated on him. No shit. Yeah, you kept secrets from him. Every relationship is different, has its own nuances, dynamics, and problems, functioning in a way that only the two people involved know of and fully understand. No one looking in, okay, we get the fucking point. No one looking in can say otherwise. Because I cheated on Red, should I assume that everyone's significant other has cheated on them in the past? No, but you can assume that, hey, cheaters are assholes. Cheaters are bad. That cheating is bad. When you cheat, you're an asshole. When you cheat, you're bad. That's easy. You don't even have to, that's just a given, right? Should I assume that all my friends' relationships are the same as mine? No. And for me to claim I know exactly how things work between any of them, just because I'm their friend, it's okay. Whatever. Fucking Christ. When I became Sinder, no one cared who I was until I put on the Sinder. We wanted to keep our relationship private. In public, Red was simply my manager. We hid our relationship from my friends for over a year during multiple trips. We agreed I'd tell my closest friends about our relationship in March 2024 because we felt we were close enough and trusted them enough to tell them. When we traveled, my friends saw us always close by each other, showing each other our work DMs on our phones. Almost all the time from chats were, okay, who cares? Fucking Christ. Get to the point. Instead of talking about things that allow to keep us relatively well away, to keep them private between us, it's easier to say, look at this, to keep each other on the same page rather than have a verbal conversation. What they saw at conventions, vacations was all they saw. Only Red and I would have any idea how we work together and act. Okay, god damn. No one cares. I don't care. Okay, I know this section is Red and I, but Jesus, why do you need a whole page dedicated to your relationship? Who fucking cares? I lived with Red and his family in the summer 2022 till the end of February 2025. I've never outright told anyone this, including my closest friends. We wanted to keep at least part of our personal lives private from everyone, even telling some people we lived apart. On stream, I've always said I lived with my family friends and streamed in the basement. The basement part is true. It's where I spent the majority of my time. It's where I worked and streamed from. My career started there in 2021 with my ASMR. Okay, I didn't know that. Red was the one with the PC. Mike had experience with content creation since it's always been his hobby. I would go there bored more often until I moved in when I became a full-time streamer. For most of my earliest streams with my PNG model. Red would be in the room with me, modding on a laptop and making sure things would run smoothly. He was there as my tech support since at the time I could barely play games, let alone understand how to use and fix OBS if something went wrong. We built my own computer or my own PC, and I stopped needing him by my side by the time I debuted my first model in June 2022. He moved his PC into his own room and has worked from there. All right, this is so much, so much fluff, so much unneeded bullshit. I don't care how you and Red got started. Why is this relevant? Why are you telling us this? Starting sometime last year, my streams kept disconnecting. We couldn't figure out why this was going on for months, and no matter what we did, it kept happening. We thought it could be something wrong with the internet. We couldn't fix. So as the last resort, my parents and I made a space for me to move back in with them. With my entire stream set up in February, we were able to fix the problem, but it ended up having nothing to do with the internet at all. I've been working and living here since, separate from Red. Then you cheated on them. The reason why I'm revealing all this now, thank you. What's the reason? It better be fucking good, is because we could have easily gone through each other's DMs whenever we wanted in those 3 years, but we didn't. Maybe he should have. Maybe he should have. Because you cheated on him. If he looked through your DMs, he probably would be able to tell you were going to cheat on him or were cheating on him. You know? That probably would have helped him out. Not like we never showed each other our messages directly. We did all the time. But we didn't come through each other's DMs at the end of every day to read anything we may have said. I don't know anyone who said that's normal to do. We could... Okay. I never felt the need to look over his shoulder to check on anything and everything. He was saying, and who too? Yeah, but what about him though? It seems like if he was the type to look over your shoulder and check and ask to see your DMs more often, you wouldn't have been able to cheat so easily. We trusted each other and you broke that trust. You broke that trust. Anyway. Working together. What page are we on? 2 or 3. Is it really thousands of pages? Oh my god. Working together. Here, working together. Alright. I'm choosing to have Red continue working with me. He and I, or sorry, he will be doing most of what he did before. Right, nothing's changed. Yeah, no shit. But will not be doing any work related to communication for me in any channels. Did he before? That I'm not also part. Okay. So I guess, okay, because part of the controversy was that he was in DMs with, I think, Nanoless or something, trying to coordinate things, trying to shut people out, right? They're going to go into this, actually. So I'll shut up for a sec. I now have access to his Discord account to check on things myself if I need to. Damn, yeah, you can't trust him. Like, he might cheat on you like you did to him. It's clear to me that he learned his own lesson from what happened. He made mistakes and I forgave him. I wouldn't be here, or I wouldn't be where I am without him, and he's just as much a part of Sinder as I am. He wasn't just a manager that handled some messages, he had a part in a lot of the things I did. He's always been the main creative mind behind my debuts and other releases too. Even with how involved he was, Red is still his own person with his own ideas, his own opinions, his own feelings towards people, his own goals, and his own ambitions, working under the same brand as me. He's always been the business sensible one out of us. Is the business sensible part where you shut people out? And the work side of things was always his focus. Yeah, that's the managerial thing, right? We worked together on almost everything, but we didn't agree on everything. There have been many business or creative decisions we'd argue back and forth about, sometimes taking days to reach a compromise. Red didn't always consult me before making his own choices in his messages with our partners. A lot of the time I agreed with what he did or said and it was fine, but sometimes I didn't and we either compromised or I had him walk back what he said. Red didn't tell me about every single interaction he had with people he worked with. I didn't expect him to, I trusted him. There was never a reason for him to not tell me something important. That was until we disagreed about one of my friends. Wow. The whale VTuber, I believe. At the start of this year, we moved a lot of our work-related conversations with various artists into a project server so everything could be organized into one place. I could be included in discussions and decision-making where I needed to be, and would be able to see everything being said without having to rely on Red to relay every detail of the things he was handling. This was for organization convenience and so I could interact with every person working with me directly. However, this didn't mean Red didn't still use his DMs to do business or talk to people we were working with. Besides the allegations in Nano's document, no one else we've worked with has ever complained about Red. We both worked with dozens of people who I believe would say their experience working with us was nothing but positive. Okay. Like I said in my apology, there were things Red didn't tell me about, or hid from me, or did without me knowing in his DMs. They're all shown in this document in the order below. I didn't know about these things beyond what was told, or I was told if I was at all, I guess. Told at all. Okay, so these bullet points are, I guess, what Red did that she's saying are bad. They were in the apology, I guess. Alright. Red's inclusion of Bao and Cotton in his exclusivity deal with Nano. So, that was in the first document. He tried to make an exclusivity deal with Nano, the artist. Which I guess that would have excluded Silvervale, I believe. Red telling artist number one, Bao, was someone he considered competition. Bao is Bao is Sinder's friend, and Red told artist number one that Bao is considered competition while discussing exclusivity on the same deal as his deal with Nano. I mean, technically, Bao is competition, though. You can be friends and competition. You know that, right? You know that, right? You're both seeking an audience with the same people. You both have the same potential viewers. I guess they could view both, but if you guys stream at the same time, you're competition. Red's conversation with Nano about Shylily. I don't know what that's about. Red's conversation with mod number one about Silvervale throughout 2024 and 2025. Red asking artist number two about not working with Silvervale. Yeah. Red's conversation with artist number one about Silvervale in 2025. Artist number one told me about days later. Okay. Names of artist number one, artist number two, and mod number one are hidden to protect their privacy since they weren't directly involved in everything that happened in April. They will be reintroduced later in this document. Okay. Okay. Alright, new section, falling out. Is this still in redacted section? We're still in the redacted section. The night the first documents were posted, Red was here with me. I ended my stream and he came over to see me while we worked on a few things together. We were still awake when Nano and Bao posted their documents at almost 2 a.m. Eastern time. I didn't understand what was going on and started panicking. Red tried to explain what happened, but I blew up at him and kicked him out, regrettably refusing his help. We weren't in contact for almost a month after. Well, there's no way to prove that, is there? Let's see. I had one close friend reach out to me after things were public, and I responded to them sometime after Red was gone. I chose not to include their message here. What? So I guess this is her proof? This little screenshot here is proof that she sent a message to a close friend? She chose not to include the friend's message out of privacy concerns, I guess. I'm so sorry, blank. I'm trying to collect myself. Red and I aren't speaking right now, and I'm so upset. Aren't speaking right now isn't proof you guys weren't together for a month. You can be in the same house and be on non-speaking terms, so this doesn't really prove anything. I was distraught and I posted that Red was fired that morning. I wasn't trying to throw him under the bus and avoid Yeah, you were! You can't just say I wasn't trying to do this. You can't just say you weren't trying to do this. That was literally your April document. The entire thing can be summarized as Red did everything. He's gone. He did everything, he's gone now. No worries, right? You can't just say, I wasn't doing this. You were doing this. You were, in fact, trying to throw him under the bus and avoid accountability. Yes, you were. I was blindsided by my friends publicly pointing the finger at me for his words and actions I didn't even know about and I didn't agree with. I didn't know what else to do. Talk to him. Figure fucking shit out then. In my apology, I said, as of yesterday, he's no longer working with me, and I have not extensively discussed any of this with him. Because Red will continue working with me, I will be deleting this tweet sometime after posting this document. Why not just leave it up? Who cares? Why delete it? I don't really understand that. Because it was a lie? Because you were lying? Why delete it? Just leave it. Okay. This was posted on... Well, yeah, okay. So this is the... I guess that's the archive. Not really an archive, but that's a link to the tweet. Which I don't know why this picture's gone. I mean, if I click the link, I bet I can follow the link. Yeah, okay, we got that. Anyway. So that's the end of that section there. Next section. My apology. So far, this does not look like... We're almost halfway, I guess? Oh, shit. Never mind. I was like, this does not feel like 1,000 pages. This does not feel like 1,000 pages. But then, maybe it is. Alright. Fuck, I'm gonna have to take a break in the middle of this. Actually, yeah, hold on. I'm gonna go grab a drink. Because my mouth is getting dry reading all this. There's too much. Alright, one sec. Hello, I'm back. Welcome. Hello, I return with my drink. You can't see it though. I'm drinking. Alright. Let's continue. My apology and taking accountability. Now that I've reviewed everything that happened, had time to reflect on my own actions, there are some details I need to point out and corrections I need to make from my apology. Then, I'll go over the things Red and I, both of us, did wrong, so we can take responsibility. Good. Please do. Each section after this will explain the full story around each major individual involved, anything Red and I did, and defending ourselves against everything we didn't do. Okay. Quotes from my apology will be presented throughout this document, shown to show what they are in reference to. Okay. Cool stuff. Okay, so screenshots that are directly taken from another document are highlighted with an orange border. Dates and important messages with any screenshots are highlighted in yellow. Quotes from my apology are in gray. Red's own comments on anything will be blue. Yeah, as previously stated. This is the link to the original document from April. Okay, we're not going to watch that. We're not going to read that. Alright. The things that I claimed and admitted to in my apology were based on what I knew at the time and what was published in everyone else's documents. And what Red told me right after. I shut him out when I shouldn't have, and I made up my apology without his help. With all the info in front of me and without knowing the full scope of what happened, how it happened, or what to believe. I was under extreme stress and pressure to say something as soon as I could. I was expected to accept fault for everything I was accused of, but not guilty of doing. Okay. Some of the things I wrote were overly apologetic, and I made things sound worse than they actually were because of the severity of the situation. The main takeaway people had from my apology was that I pushed everything onto Red and didn't take accountability for anything myself. Yes, this is true. That is 100% what happened. That was what you did. Whether you admit it or not, that is what you did. Are you gonna admit it? Let's see. What I blamed Red for in my apology because he was guilty of doing them. He told him telling me how great it would be to work together with Silvervale. What? Him holding a grudge against Bao. Wasn't Silvervale shut out by an artist from the model? I'm confused there. What I blamed Red for in my apology when I was also guilty. Red was the one with the business-oriented outlook on things from the start. I adopted that same mindset myself from working together as time went on. I wrongly made it sound like I was brainwashed into thinking this way in my apology. I see. What Red was guilty of in my apology that I didn't know about until writing it. Red and Nano were, so Red and Nano ever talking about a model for Geary in November 2023. Red including Bao and Cotton in his conversation and eventual deal with Nano around exclusivity in January 2025 and bad-mouthing Bao in their DMs as if they were our shared feelings. Red talking to Nano about Shylily and her model in 2025. Okay. Is she intentionally keeping these claims vague? Because, like, as someone who didn't... Like, I don't remember everything from the first document. But it almost feels like these are being intentionally kept vague. Because it's like, okay. He is guilty of talking about a model for Geary. Okay, what did he say about the model? Give me a snippet. What did he do? Did he, like... Was this part of the exclusivity deal? Did he say, no, you can't have that model? Or yes, you can have that model? Or don't do it because you're exclusive to me? I'm assuming that's it. Because he was trying to get an exclusivity with Nano. And I guess Nano was working on a model for Geary. But like it seems like what she's saying, guilty of, but they're like so vague that you have to like reference something else to know what she's talking about. The bad mouthing is pretty obvious, but like that's an easy one to understand. But that's the only one she goes into detail on. Things I said about Red in my apology that I was wrong about. He did not manipulate Nano. So you're saying Nano was a bitch? He did not push Nano to not work with Silvervale. And she was not a constant topic between them. You got any evidence? I don't know. I believe there was evidence shown that they were at least talked about somewhat, right? In the previous apology. Things I took accountability for in my apology. Do you still take accountability for these things? I guess we'll see. Agreeing with Red to talk with Nano about exclusivity, agreeing to specifically name Silvervale in the terms, and knowing a deal involving her was made. Guilt-tripping Nano. Feeling overly attached to Nano and her work. Not knowing about what Red had said about Bao to Nano, and when I should have. Not speaking to Bao about Red's feelings towards her and letting it spiral to the point it did. Being upset and taking it personally when Bao hired my video editor. Being upset when Sacramore told us he wouldn't be working with us again. Confiding in Red about Shylily's behavior towards us. Becoming resentful towards Silvervale. Letting my insecurities and public comments influence my feelings towards Silvervale. Assuming Spite copied me. What? Spite. Being very possessive of my design details early on in my career. Overreacting to Neon Tail's Hellhound OC design, which was apologized for in the past. Okay, so I think she was accusing others of copying her designs and ripping her off, so that's what that's about. Cheating on my boyfriend, neglecting or leaving behind friends. Yeah, these are all things you're taking accountability for. Guess what? You're a lying, cheating, manipulative bitch, right? Just from all this, you're a lying, cheating, manipulative bitch. So like, you can say, "I'm sorry, I did these things," but you're still this. You are still the person that does these things. So if people don't trust you going forward, you can't blame them. I admitted to the world that I cheated on my secret boyfriend, and the story pushed was that I took no accountability and used him as a scapegoat. That was what happened. That's what happened. Stop saying the story. You are literally not taking accountability right now because you keep saying this. Even with all these concessions of what I did do, I was still somehow a narcissist who couldn't accept fault. Yeah, you're doing it again. You're doing it again, for fuck's sake. Stop doing this. You kind of ruin any apology when you're like, okay, look, I didn't do everything. He takes some of the blame, right? It's some him. He did everything too, right? That your apology is now much more meaningless. You're not taking accountability if you keep trying to scapegoat. And you're like, I'm not using him as a scapegoat. I'm not trying to avoid accountability. And you just keep doing it. Even with all these concessions. Okay, I read that. What I did was not admit to quote-unquote the right things. What? The right things that people were making the claims already decided I was guilty of? No. You basically tried to hide everything. You got rid of him. And then we're like, no, it was all him. He was my manager. He's gone now. It's fine. You are avoiding accountability right fucking now. They also expected me to apologize for everything I've ever done without any of it ever being mentioned, even if the matter was already settled in the past. You're making up shit. You're saying they expected me to do this, and that. No, they just expect you to fucking take any sort of accountability. Take accountability. Stop. Have an apology that doesn't involve you blaming someone else. Have an apology that's just you being humble. Show some humility without fucking trying to like ease your burden by pushing it off on someone else. Just do that. Just try that. Just say, I'm sorry, I fucked up. And then don't mention anyone else. Don't say this person's an asshole though. This person's partially blamed though. Don't do that. That's fucking shady tactics, and you know it. I understand that things my manager did that I didn't know about are ultimately my responsibility, and my ignorance doesn't change that. I should have taken more care to check up on what he was saying and doing, but I was being blamed publicly for things I had nothing to do with. My accusers went out of their way to claim Sinder did this, Sinder said that, completely disregarding Red's age. How about you fucking... What about your agency? What about your agency as a fucking person? When does your agency come to play? When do you take account for your actions? They completely disregarded Red's ability to do all of this. They underestimate his ability to be a scapegoat. They underestimate it so hard. He could have done all this. Don't disregard his agency. The proof I must have known about everything he's ever said and done was because they said we worked on things together on our phones during the times we were traveling. Okay. During the times a year we were traveling. Okay. Nano's document showed 2 of my screenshots from over a year apart from separate situations where I knew more or less what had happened between her and Red. There was no other evidence presented for their claim, but they told everyone it absolutely had to be this way. Emphasis was placed on Red's usage of we and our, as if they could know for a fact that it meant Red was always speaking with my knowledge to prove. Just fucking accept blame for this. Just accept blame for it. For fuck's sake, if he's your manager and he makes a decision, he does represent you. If someone who's representing you fucks up, you are still responsible. You let that person represent you. You don't get to say, no, it was all they're doing. Fuck off. Fuck off with this trying to diminish your own responsibility. This was necessary for the narrative to work against me. No, this was your defense. This is what I said in my apology about this. I do not condone anything about what Red said about Bao in these DMs either. And him using we and our in this context is abhorrently incorrect and I believe was done to gain greater credibility behind what he was saying. I mean, if he's your manager, yeah, we and our does make sense, no? You admitted he was in a managerial role? Alright, this is Red's side of things. I've always been more or less the creative lead on things we did, like model designs, project ideas, and art in general, and Sinder often agreed with my creative judgment. She trusted me to do the communication I did for her without oversight. There you go. For example, a lot of times I would be the one talking to the artist we were working with who only knew me as Sinder's manager. If I knew the direction I wanted to take something, with or without talking to Sinder beforehand, I said, I want this art to be like this, instead of Sinder wants this art to be like this. Then it felt like an awkward thing for me to say. In my mind, to the person we were working with, I'm just a manager, not the creator, not the streamer, not their client. What I myself wanted wasn't important. What Sinder wanted was. So in order to give weight to what I was saying, or I would say, I started using we early on. Who gives a shit about if you use we, I, whatever? It doesn't matter. You are a representative regardless of how you phrased it. It doesn't matter. Like, they are nitpicking the fucking words. They're This is fucking desperate. Like, this is desperation. You're nitpicking whether he used we, I, us. You know, for fuck's sake. You said he's your manager. He says he's your manager. You said he represents you. He says he represents you. But it's only certain things. It's only certain things. Only sometimes. You want to pick and choose. You want to cherry pick when he does and doesn't represent you. As a defensive maneuver. And then stay with him. You can't have your cake and eat it too. It doesn't work that way. You either you're all in or not, okay? If you have a manager who's not representing you properly, you fire them. And that's what you claim you're going to do. But, you know, alright. You went back on that. Obviously. As I said, or as I suspected early on, the original plan was to blame him for everything. He's this like figure in the back no one really knows. Blame him for everything. Claim he's no longer a manager. But he's going to stay your boyfriend. And he's still going to do the same thing. He's going to still do what he was doing before. So basically, you get to lob all the blame on someone else and nothing changes. That's what I thought was the original plan. And she even said as much. She essentially said as much when she said, I wasn't going to originally tell people I got back with them. My original plan was I wasn't going to tell anyone. And that kind of says everything, doesn't it? But I guess at some point they talked together, they collabed, and he decided probably that this was the better way to go, and she just went along with it. She's like, yep, I agree. Anyway, more nitpicking about we, I, us. Okay. Let's see. I was speaking on we, the brand's behalf. It became a habit of mine to talk this way regarding any projects or business dealings. I didn't start doing this because anyone told me I should be. I didn't speak like this all the time or in every single message. It's not like Sinder never knew about what I was saying when you saying we. Yeah, so she can't pretend she didn't. If afterwards she did disagree with me on something, then I'd have to walk back. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think that was already mentioned. Walk back what he said. Yeah, Sinder actually wants it this way. Very often, Sinder was on the same page as me beforehand, and would agree on what I said without her. You're just repeating what she said earlier. Okay. In the case of the exclusivity deal with Nano, I used we when talking about Bao, so it seemed like Sinder also backed up how I felt. Sinder not only wasn't aware of this, but okay, you can't say she's not aware. She's aware that you're using we. She's aware you're representing her. Sinder's aware you're representing her. She's not aware you made this comment, I guess. Sinder was not only unaware of this, supposedly, but I knew she didn't agree with me about what I was saying. Did you, though? Here's the thing. There's no way to prove or disprove this. This is all hearsay. But it's like, she could have known, and this is just their defense. She could have known. There's no way to disprove it. We'll just have to go with the benefit of the doubt, I guess, but... In our conversation, Nano said herself that she was not really down with working with people who Sinder didn't want her to. So I made sure to tell Sinder how we felt, expressing my own feelings to her as if they were both of ours. This will be shown in Nano's section. You were her manager, though. And Bao is technically competition, so if you can get if you have an exclusivity deal with Nano, that's good business, I guess. If you can get an exclusivity deal. I mean, it doesn't look good, I guess, from the outside. Because everyone likes to pretend like VTubers are we're all friends, we're all pals. It's a community, VTuber community. We're all pals. No one, we don't know each other. I don't know any of them. Maybe when you get big enough, it's a club, right? When you get big enough, there's a club that they're like in mild communications at the very least. But it's not really. It's a competition. At the end of the day, it's a competition. At the end of the day, you're two different streamers competing for viewers on the same platform. So, I mean, exclusivity deals with artists, yeah, that makes sense for business. And as part of exclusivity deals, not including others, that makes sense. And as her manager working with her, she was already aware of the exclusivity deal, so not including Bao, I feel like this is all fucking par for the course. I don't believe she wasn't aware. I don't believe that for a second. Alright, there are 3 things in my apology I need to correct that will be shown in full detail in this document. Okay. So this is back to Sinder talking. Missing information, lies, and incorrect statements in my apology. I left out a lot of information regarding my experience with Silvervale in trying to overly apologize to her and ended up making things sound much worse than what really happened. I lied about not knowing about that Red spoke to Nano about spite in 2023. And not make things worse for myself by revealing... What? I lied about not knowing that Red spoke to Nano. So you're already... Okay, so... maybe I shouldn't give you the benefit of the doubt. When I said I think you know, I feel like you know, but you could easily lie and say you didn't. Well, you're already right here proving you've lied about a very similar statement before. I lied about not knowing that Red spoke to Nano about spite in 2023. To not make matters worse for myself by revealing more than Nano and Spite did about what happened. What the fuck is this sentence? Okay. I lied about not knowing that Red spoke to Nano. Easy. Okay, got it. About Spite in 2023. Okay. Now I guess is the intent part of the sentence. To not make things worse for myself was the goal, right? And by what you would do, what would have happened to make things worse for yourself would have been revealing more than Nano or Spite did about what happened regarding her. What the fuck? That's a fucked up sentence. I don't know what the fuck she's trying to say there. I was wrong about which year the situation with Neon Tails took place in. I wrote that it was after my debut, but it was actually an entire year earlier. Huh, okay. I see. That's a pretty big year difference there, yeah. My apology and the accusations made against me did not cover everything Red and I have done wrong. I've laid out everything below that will be presented throughout this document so we can address them and take responsibility. Explaining the motives and reasoning behind our actions are not meant... it is not meant... Not are... Okay. Explaining the motives is not meant... Like, explaining is not meant to justify or diminish them or the feelings of those affected, but to understand why they happened. Okay. Everything one of us or both of us are guilty of, that accountability is taken for and shown in this document in the order for their... Am I fucking having a stroke, or what the fuck is happening with this writing? Okay. Every one of us or both of us are guilty of, that accountability is taken for and shown in this document in the order they're presented in. All right. I feel like there's a word missing somewhere in here. Like the things that we're guilty of. Maybe, I don't know. We both became neglectful of many friendships and personal relationships online and IRL. Red and I became consumed by our work and prioritized my career over all else. Red considered everyone, including our friends, competition to some degree. That's true though, and that's good, and you agree. This is not a bad thing. You're guilty of this, good. You can be friends and competition. Your friends are in fact competition to some degree. This is just valid, alright? Red and I left Tricky at our hotel in Tokyo one day during our Japan trip. in October 2024. Okay, why is that bad? Who cares? Who's tricky? What? I chose to distance myself from Cotton after what happened between her and a friend. That's very vague. Okay. I tried going back on our on my agreement with the artist Nixu in April 2025. Okay. Red asked Nano to not work with Spite in January 2023. In January 2023, and told me about it afterwards. I lied about not knowing. There you go. You see, there's another thing you lied. Or maybe this is the same thing they just mentioned earlier. But you lied about not knowing something. You could easily be lying in this document about not knowing anything in this document. Where you say, "I didn't know Red was doing this," is subject to a lot of distrust now, because you wanted to avoid talking about it. Red initially dissuaded Nano from accepting a model from Geary in November 2023. I guess, is Nano the rigger? I don't know. Like a model rigger? I don't know how that worked. Anyway, I guilt tripped Nano in 2023, November, February 2025 as well, but still sided with her. Okay. Red reassured Nano about her considering and canceling Bao's model. Okay. I knew Bao's model was canceled in August 2024, and I didn't try to do anything about it. Yeah, see? You're a bitch. See? You knew! You're fully complicit. Come on now. Red and I agreed to talk with Nano about exclusivity, including not working with Silvervale, specifically on any more models in January 2025. Yeah. Red and Nano agreed to deal with to a deal for her not to work with Silver, Bao, or Cotton. Yep. Only telling me about Silvervale's inclusion. Oh, so you didn't know? You're claiming not to know about Bao or Cotton. Fuck off. You knew. You knew. You knew. It just looks bad for you because Bao was your friend, right? Red spoke to Nano about Shylily in April 2025 after seeing Nano work on a model for her, and never told me about this conversation. Sure. Yeah, sure. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Totally believe that. We asked our video editor about exclusivity after Bao started working with them in September 2023. Okay. Red convinced himself Bao gatekept her video editor to hurt our future music video projects in December 2024. It's possible. In business, that's possible. You guys did it. Why is it not possible she did it? Then held a grudge and a list of grievances against her. Okay. I didn't speak to Bao to clear things up about what I knew Red held against her, and it led me to being an awful friend to her for months at the start of 25. Oh no. No, not an awful friend. Both Red and I mismanaged the planning and communication with Numi about her concert at the start of February 2025. I pulled out of performing in her show and almost didn't go after choosing business over my friend. See, this is the problem with this is part of the problem with VTubing, is that like when the people actually make a career of it, is that I don't know. It's business. It is business at the end of the day. They want to be all wishy-washy friends. Oh, we love each other. We're friendly. We're all friends, right? We're all friends. You guys, it's business. You're still doing a job. You are an entertainer. You're doing a job. I don't care how fucking relaxed it is. It's still, at the end of the day, it's still business. I was a bad friend to my competitor. Okay? All right? Make up. It's fine. Whatever. Or don't. We both grew to dislike Silvervale over the past few years for various reasons, including harassment and comparisons, my own insecurities, and how Silvervale acted towards me. Red asked an artist not to work with Silvervale in March 2025 and never told me about it. Okay. I feel like if he had told you, you would have went along with it based on everything else. Red and I assumed Spite was copying me in 2022 and early 2023. Okay. I overreacted to Neon Tails Hellhound OC design in 2021. Yeah, probably. Every claim of wrongdoing that was made against Red or I that isn't listed above is not true. Fuck off. Fuck you. You lying hoe bag. Fuck you. That's not how that works. You can't just be like, alright, I've listed everything those are the only things I've ever done wrong. Everything else, blanket statement, not true. Based on your last document, we cannot believe this statement. Based on your last document and this document, and how you're saying you lied in your last document, we can't trust this. This is fucking bullshit. Whether it was an assumption or a liar in someone's document statement about me or verbally on stream. Okay, I would list the false accusations here, but there's just been such a ridiculous amount at this point that I don't even know where to start. I will let this document speak for itself. These actions were not over years like the public was told. The majority of these actions happened in an 8-month span. I like you're like 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. All of those years are mentioned here. These were not over years like the public was told. You fucking imbecile. You fucking lie. You're just telling us to... Don't believe your eyes. Do not believe your eyes that I just listed out. Like, quite a few years here. The majority of these actions happened in an 8-month span. Okay, how each person was affected, if they were affected at all, is explained throughout this document. Nothing was black and white, and none of these actions were motivated by jealousy, envy, greed, or being malicious for the sake of it. No, business is a little bit greed. Come on, business is a little bit of greed. Thinking someone copied you is jealousy, envy. Exclusivity because you're jealous or envious can be greed, but it can also be malicious. But you're just saying things to say things now. You're just saying things to say things. Like, for fuck's sake, apologies should be like, I fucked up, I was being greedy, I'm sorry. Hey, I was an asshole, I was jealous, therefore I did this malicious action, I am sorry for it, I will not do it again. Now she's like, I only did this, 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 and this, but none of it was jealousy, envy, greed, or malicious. None of it was malicious, no. I did all these bad things, but none of it was malicious. It was all, I was doing them all with a positive heart. With a positive heart. Alright, fuck off. Anyway. My friends. It's been falsely claimed that I was using, manipulating, sabotaging, betraying, and backstabbing all of my friends for years in an effort to deplatform them and ruin their careers. There was never some kind of years-long grand conspiracy of deceit against anyone. Only an 8-month span one, apparently. There was never a years-long, just 8 months. It all happened in 8 months, right? If I never pushed the ladder down behind me. Oh, and I have never pushed the ladder. Yeah, you did. That was the whole fucking point. It's clear business strategy. Just say we were strategically working in our interests. And we're sorry if it affected anyone negatively. Like... Oh my god. Alright. My friends were not stepping stones I used to further myself. I love my friends. Our experiences together were real. Our memories were together were real. It hurts that I even need to say that here. There are plenty of things my friends know I've done for them. Help. Who are your friends? Who? Name every friend. No. Or include them. Okay. I've answered questions, offered them advice when asked, done my best to be there and support them at their debuts with their own endeavors. And I personally bought so much of their merch for myself without ever saying so. Well, now you're saying it. Literally brought brownies my mom made across the country to share them. I spent my own time making one-of-a-kind cosplay pieces of their VTubers for them for no other reason that they are my friends. The thing is, okay. Look, we're already aware your manager is business focused, right? And you, maybe to a lesser degree, are also business focused. You agree with many of what he does, or much of what he does. You know, in business and in sales, making friends, buying them things, going out to eat, these are things you can do with people and it still be a business decision. You can become friends with someone for business reasons. That doesn't mean you didn't enjoy your time. That doesn't mean you weren't genuinely having fun with them. But it could have been a business decision to do that. It could have been a business decision that led you there. You could have collabed with them originally for business reasons. Like, this doesn't preclude you from having, like, business ambitions. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, honestly. There's no reason to apologize for having a business acumen or, like, wanting to succeed in business. But, yeah, just the shady shit is a little bit of a problem, I guess. And, so you include some, cosplay stuff you worked on, I guess. For your friends, including Bao. Alright. Oh, there's a section here, the business mindset. They're gonna sell us a self-help book, maybe? I didn't know what they think I did against them, other than what I listed above, and where these ideas came from, or what rumors they were hearing about me, or how... Fucking learn how to structure a sentence. This person clearly did not get any sort of fucking English class. Like, they must not have succeeded in English class, or just suck really bad, or this is English second language. I don't fucking know, but their sentences are run-on and terrible. Or how my friends collectively agreed this must have been the case after everything we've done or shared with them, shared with each other. I absolutely could have been a much better friend, but I just can't believe every single one of them thought this little of me at a moment's notice. Are you saying there was a conspiracy against you? There were about a dozen of my friends involved before Nano's document was posted. Still not one of them said anything to me before they were posted publicly. Okay. Maybe you're making business friendships and they can see that from a mile away. Maybe. A lot of my friendships did suffer due to where my priorities have been, especially over the course of 2024, because of my focus being overwhelmingly on work and less on my personal relationships outside of it. I neglected people I cared about, so did Red. Both online and IRL. Yeah, you said that already. Even my closest friends... That's not a sentence. Okay. Unless it was about work, I didn't put much energy into... as much energy into just talking and hanging out. But that's not to say I never did. Never wanted to, or disliked them for any reason. I had my things going on, and I know they had theirs. When I wasn't streaming or working on something, I'd be isolating or hanging out with Red to decompress. They didn't have the energy to socialize. Alright, cool, who cares? I tried to plan collabs with friends as often as I could, and it was a way to hang out while still appeasing my content brain. My collabs with my friends were made into YouTube videos, but to say that I was using them for that, as if countless other VTubers didn't do the same thing, is crazy. Look, I may have been using them, but everyone does it. I may have been using them, but that's what everyone does, so it's okay, right? When I was traveling to see my friends, all I wanted to do was hang out and spend as much time together as I could, and it was the happiest I was. Red and I always loved... You like traveling? Were you able to cheat on Red while you were traveling? That was the happiest you ever were? Red and I always loved, valued, and looked out for and appreciated our friends, even if we didn't show it as often as we should have. I'm sorry to those of my friends who I haven't given the time they gave to me. I'm sorry for those I haven't spoken to in a long time for no other reason than my own negligence. And I'm sorry to my friends that I only focused on work with, and I didn't spend enough time being your friend outside of it. Boo fucking who. Anyway, this is such a short section. And you're telling me Red has nothing to say about the business mindset? Really? Okay. Red and I slowly became more closed off and neglectful of people over the past couple of years, but especially throughout 2024, focusing more and more time, energy on this career. Work became almost 24/7 for us, never taking a break. It was our job, our hobby, and almost all we talked about. It's pretty easy for streaming to be, like, come on now. Streaming to be a 24/7... It's pretty easy to do that 24/7. Come on now. You're acting like that's tough. We loved what we did, but we both became consumed by the content grind. Our work-life balance became non-existent. We were going and going and going all day, every day as a two-person team, working to an obsessive degree. We were always trying to do more and more people, with more people, all the time. Everything became about doing bigger things, achieving more, accomplishing more, growing bigger, launching more cool things, having more opportunities while keeping up with at least 4 to 5 streams a week. Our problem wasn't greed, it was, like it was claimed, it was ambition. I mean, they can be one and the same, you do realize. They can be one and the same. Ambition was, that was wearing us too thin to keep up with everything, but it was never enough to take a step back and relax. We were always looking ahead, always had to be progressing, never stopped to appreciate what we were or the people around us. Okay. The money was nice, but it's never the driving factor for anything we did. It was an indicator of a successful project. All right, cool. The majority of what we did. All right, yeah, I don't believe you. Went back into my work or towards the house my dad had been building. I've released a lot of merch. Cool. This is a terrible section. All right. Being greedy, money-hungry person has been falsely projected onto me. It's never been all about the money for either of us. You can't really prove or disprove this. All we have are actions that appear greedy. We have actions that appear greedy. You can't really prove or disprove it. We can say your actions do appear pretty, you know, monetarily focused. Your actions appear monetarily focused. Exclusivity deals? That's not ambition. I mean, it can be, but it's like, that's greed. That's money. That's... Come on now. We made exclusivity deals and shut out our friends, Bao and others, and Silvervale and others. Just out of pure ambition. Pure, raw ambition and hard work. One instance I may be called out for regarding this was during my Heaven Hound model debut. During my lore video, I had an intermission where my chat needed to fill a goal bar on screen with bits to progress. Progress the video? It was the easiest way for me to implement interactivity into the debut. And my chat having direct involvement by cheering me on was important to the story being shown. The motivation wasn't to have people give me money for the sake of it. Okay. Sure it wasn't. Sure it wasn't. It's okay to want money. You fucking realize that, right? It's okay to want money. It's okay to do things for money. No one's calling you an asshole for wanting money. They're just saying, hey, exclusivity deals, trying to shut people out by name specifically, making deals of shutting specific VTubers out is a little fucking bullshit. That's what they're saying. This mindset got myself and my career to where it was, but it took over our lives to an unhealthy degree, leading to a deterioration of our health and relationships with people. Being canceled and away from work gave us the time to address this problem in our personal lives. For example, I have my own dog now, who's been keeping me busy. What? What? Okay, so being canceled and away from work for months let you get a dog? Cool. Cool, I guess. Did you not have a dog before? What do you mean my own dog now? You had like a family dog? I don't know. I've gotten back into cosplay after not working on my Nihilister, I don't know how to say that, build for months. I'm trying to lead a healthier lifestyle and I've been going to the gym regularly despite finding it difficult to be motivated about things since April. I've been making changes so I don't fall back into the same unhealthy work mindset I was in. Okay, good, I guess. Competition. Are we still in this section? We're still in this apology section. Jesus, I'm never getting to the end of this document. I'm never getting to the end of this document. All right. In my apology, I said I'm disgusted with myself for buying into the narrative that my friends were competition. I just learned about all this myself, and there could have been so many other friends affected by the narrative. Okay. Well, yeah, you're gonna say you didn't just learn about this, and also what? Competition is fine. I'm gonna say competition is fine. Red always considered everyone our competition, including my friends. I understood and agreed with his reasoning below. It didn't change anything between my friends and I didn't treat them any differently because of it. The only person I became directly competitive with or against was Silvervale, and that wasn't right of me. Why not? Why not? Why is that? It's not right of you to try and shut her out of deals, I feel like, but... Well, it's like morally maybe not right. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, business kind of, you know, it makes sense. So, whatever. The content creation, so this is Red talking here, obviously. The content creation sphere is massive, and the VTuber sphere is a fraction of that with its own audience. Everyone is always doing something, launching something, playing something, and it's a constant race of relevancy. Whether you want to look at it that way or not. Oh, that's not another sentence. The constant race of relevancy, whether you want to look at it that way or not. Yeah, exactly. It's the nature of the industry. Part of the reason why we were always working on new things, releasing bigger things in a faster and faster rate was to stay competitive in our space, or in the space. In a general sense, everyone was competition. Friends and other VTubers and other content creators. That's not a sentence. Bro, what is wrong with these people? This is not a sentence. Friends, other VTubers, and other content creators. Where's the verb? Bro, that's just a part of the previous sentence. Put a comma or something. Or put a fucking semicolon. In a general sense, comma, everyone was competition, semicolon, friends, other VTubers, and other content creators. Or put like comma, e.g., list them out. Or colon, you know, there's something you could have done with a sentence. Period is not the right choice there. But at the same time, that everyone, or anyone and everyone could be considered competition. They were also collaborators, co-workers, and partners. To an extent, yeah. The end goal was about staying relevant in people's minds and making sure our projects could succeed alongside anything going out at any given time, while also topping our own things we've done in the past, yeah. At no point was this view ever motivation or an excuse to hurt, take advantage of, or put down creators around us, especially friends. This is business. The job, but keeping business aspects of the mind didn't affect the way I saw our friendships or the way I treated them. They were friends too. Yeah, okay. The only people I've ever considered as direct competition in a negative sense were people either we had something against, or they had or did something against us, and were working with artists important to us. By April 2025, this was only Silvervale from how she acted towards Sinder for years. Do we have any examples of that? They keep saying Silvervale was an asshole to Sinder, and I haven't really seen any evidence of that. Maybe they'll present it at some point, but I still haven't seen any evidence of that. Bow after what I thought she did to us and our other friends in December 2024, but only until sometime after my deal with Nano in January 2025, and potentially... This is a fucking long-ass sentence. Jeez, where... Jesus Christ. Okay. What the fuck is this sentence? And potentially soon to be Lily by the way she was treating Sinder. Make a bullet point list. This is great for a bullet point list. It was wrong on me to feel this way, especially towards Bao, and I'm sorry. I'm not sorry to Silvervale. I'm not sorry to Lily. But Bao, I'm sorry. Alright. Here I want to address the people. Red, we're back to Sinder talking. Red and I heard that don't have a larger section in this document. Alright. The random people, alright. Tricky Wee. My friends Red and I traveled to Japan last year. About a week into our trip around the country, we arrived in Tokyo for the last few days there. Red, Tricky, and I were all talking about going to the Godzilla store. Why is this in here? I'm gonna skip ahead. I'm sorry for leaving her behind and hurting her. Okay. So instead of waiting for her to wake up, you chose to go out into the city without her. Okay. You went to the Godzilla store without her? This right here, this is the worst thing. This is the worst part of the whole fucking document. This needs to be at the top of all the news. Fucking Sinder went to Godzilla store without Tricky Wee. What the fuck? You don't do that to a friend. You don't do that to a friend. We didn't think she'd be left completely alone with how many of us were together in Tokyo, but we still should have waited for her instead of going off our own. She's one of our best friends. We're both so sorry. Okay. Just tell her this. Why don't you just fucking DM her and say this? Sorry to account for the way I've avoided her, turned down collabs together for a situation that had nothing to do with me. I thought I was being a good friend to someone else I was close to. It was unfair. Alright. Red says, it was wrong of me to ask Nano to not work with Cotton. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing, and after hearing about the situation she was involved in, I took it upon myself to do what I thought was right by another friend. Cotton's always been nice. Okay. I don't know who Nixo deleted her tweet with her document about me. She shouldn't have, because she was right. I was going to include it in here for reference, but I've left it out because of what she wrote in it. So instead, I've summarized the situation below. Okay. Nixo, or I don't know how to say this, fucking Io Maya, is an artist that reached out to me via email about making artwork in exchange for showing it off and giving a shout out to her Patreon on stream. I hadn't even seen the email, but she had made a tweet laying out her terms, tagging me in it. I messaged her that I was interested. I put her in contact with Red, and he handled things from there. Through Red, we made our agreement. It wasn't until she had a large portion of the sketch finished when I had changed my mind about our agreement and I didn't want to do it anymore. I don't know what what was going through my head or what was the reason for this, but I told Red to call it off. Red tried to make it seem like it was a miscommunication somewhere to save face for me, but it was really because I was being unprofessional. He talked to me, and I agreed to follow through with the art showcase and shout out to my... Okay, yeah, what? I don't get it. Unless it's a money thing? Unless you don't have the money to pay for it? Or, I mean, it's in exchange for showing it off and you didn't want to show it off? Or shout out our Patreon? I don't know, but just do it. What's the problem with just going forward and doing it? I don't get it. However, I failed to follow Nixo's terms as they were agreed upon. I didn't verbally shout out her Patreon. I only showed a link to it that it was on her artwork. I also didn't show the censored, not safe for work... Wait. I didn't show the censored, not safe for work version of her art, but that was because I was worried about getting in trouble with Twitch. That's fine. This was an unprecedented situation I caused with an artist, and I've never done something like this with anyone else. I handled an agreement I made extremely, regrettably, unprofessionally. It was a way out of character. I mean, so far this seems very in character for you. Sorry, I handled it. Okay, cool. Anyway. Next section, which I imagine is going to be pretty fucking huge. Nanoless. The Nanoless section. I'm going to take a brief breather here. Hold on one sec. Oh, okay. Jeez. This is going to be like... This is going to be like a 2-hour fucking video. This is going to be a fucking movie on this document. Jesus Christ. Alright. The Nanoless section, which is probably going to be the longest, I would assume, because this is like the central part of the drama. Nano's document. For reference, we're not going to go there, but that's there, okay. This is the original post on Twitter when Nanoless dropped their document, terminating my work at Sinder. Okay. Nano's document claimed both Red and I manipulated, used, and dragged her into drama while slandering multiple VTubers, including our friends. These claims were the basis for everything publicly released afterwards. Documents from half a dozen people and many others tweeting their grievances with me. It all hinged on Nano's document being posted and its validity. You already said you were guilty of working with or trying to make exclusivity deals with Nano. What's the problem? When I wrote my apology, I said I was not fully aware of the extent of Red's manipulation over Nano's commission decisions. When I wrote this poorly worded sentence, as many of your sentences are, I hadn't seen any of these DMs. I was in a panic, and I didn't think Nano would be lying about anything. Okay, so you're going to tell us what Nano's lying about, right? But now that I've read Red's DMs myself, I can say that Nano was not manipulated, abused, used, lied to, mistreated, expected to take action over any drama she was told about, or incapable of making her own decisions regarding her commissions and clientele. She was never forced to do or not do anything, has always been in control of her own actions, and always had the ability to say no. Well, yeah, but you are pretty major, like, in terms of the business world, right? We'll keep reading, but you're a pretty major figure. I assume you're one of her biggest clients. If your biggest client says, hey, I don't want you working with these other clients, you could lose the biggest client to keep your other smaller clients, or you can take an exclusivity deal with your bigger client. You know, you are pressuring her. Yeah, you're right to say that she has the ability to say no, but don't pretend there wasn't pressure. Don't pretend you weren't pressuring her to make a decision. She was met with understanding and faced no repercussions, professionally or personally, from either of us when she did. Nano's messages with Red were deceitfully presented to push a narrative that never happened. What part didn't happen? I don't believe Nano ever showed the full context of her messages with Red to my friends. Her claims were backed by Shylily, and like, what is the lie? You won't tell us. What did she lie about? You already admitted to trying to set up an exclusivity deal. You already admitted to trying to work with Nano to exclude Silvervale by name, also exclude Bao and Shylily. What part is Nano accused of lying about? Nano was a close friend who we respected and was a massive part of my own success. I've only ever praised her privately and publicly. What? I've only ever praised her privately and publicly. There was nothing she could do for me to hold anything against her or choose to stop working with her. Red and I always encouraged Nano to do what was best for her, not us. Red, who handled our plans, well, yeah, it's like, hey, I'm your biggest. I'm the one giving you the most money. You can stay with the big client. You can go with your small clients. Do what's best for you. It's like when the mafia comes up to you, when the mob comes up to you and is like, hey, you're kind of on our turf. Yeah, we don't want you here, so we advise you to do what's best for you. Do what's best for you. That doesn't necessarily, it almost feels like there's something being held back there. Red, who handled our plans with her, made sure to work around her schedule, push projects back. Okay, yeah, you guys did everything perfectly. Got it. He trusted her, the extent he lied to her. And the extent he lied to her about the other people involved was in telling her his own genuine thoughts, observations, and experiences with them as he knew them. Questionable. Very questionable there. The same way my accusers did to the public with how they assumed how Red and I had to have operated together. You guys are fucking boyfriend and girlfriend, and he's your manager. And you said he was fucking pivotal to the channel. And you said you were aware of many of the things he was doing, and he represented you. You guys did fucking operate together. Fucking... You are trying to both push him away, but also say, yeah, we work together a lot. It's all over the place here. The claim that Red and I worked to sabotage projects Nano had is a lie. Okay, so that's one thing they're claiming Nano claimed, that they're saying Nano lied about, I'm assuming. We both would praise her for the work she did for other people and have always celebrated and supported new Nano model siblings when they debuted. Ew, I hate this fucking shit. Model siblings. I don't know, I hate the whole... Okay, this is a VTuber thing. The whole, this is my model daddy, this is my model mommy, this is my rigger. This is my model sibling. What is wrong with you people? What is honestly wrong with you people? Anyway, but they've already showed, they said they were highly ambitious, highly competitive, highly like fucking business focused, business mindset. They tried to sign an exclusivity deal with Nano, saying we want you to cancel anything else you're working on, essentially. Do not make these things for other people unless, we're okay with them. Specifically, these three names, don't do things with them. But we were always celebrating and praising her for working with others. We always celebrated and supported her. We didn't pressure her. She's fully capable of her own actions. You're fucking talking out of both sides of your mouth and everyone can see it. Come on now. Hold on, whoa. Even if Red was really asking Nano to cancel every model she had, it was ultimately still... Yeah, there you go, fuck you! You're basically saying, okay, even if he did this, let's okay, for the sake of, playing devil's advocate, let's say he did do that. She's still her own person. Fuck you. Fuck you, you lying hoe. You pressured her. You pressured her, she caved, and now you're trying to blame her. There were only 4 people Red ever explicitly asked Nano to work with, or to not work with her agreeing not to. So Spite, so Bao, Cotton, Spite, Silvervale. Is that it? Red asked Nano himself, he told me about it after. I lied about not knowing... Alright, I lied about knowing this in my apology. The fuck? Sorry, my phone went off. There were only 4 people Red ever explicitly asked Nano not to work with her agreeing not to. The first one was Spite at the start of 2023. Red asked Nano himself, and he told me about it after. I lied about knowing this in my apology since it was never mentioned in Nano's or Spite's documents. Okay. Bio, Cotton, and Silvervale were all part of their exclusivity deal in January 2025, and each for Red's own reasons. Cool. I was only ever aware of and in agreement of asking Nano to not work with Silver anymore. Red never told me about the other 2. I call bullshit. I am not guilty of him using his free will to push his own agenda. It's your agenda. His agenda is your agenda. You are fucking boyfriend and girlfriend. You are manager and fucking managee. I don't know if that's the right term for that, but you already said his ambitions align with your ambitions. Your channel would be nothing without him. Stop trying to separate yourself. His agenda is your agenda. And the degree to which you were aware is questionable in both directions. I mean, like, you keep saying you were unaware, and I think you were. I think you were. I understand that as my manager, everything he said to her or anyone else is my responsibility, whether I knew about it or not. Yeah, there you go. Although they were my friends, it was unprofessional of him to talk gossip and work interchangeably. Gossip and work interchangeably? Okay, which part did you do wrong? It was all him. He was unprofessional. We've worked with Nano for 4 years. She's an incredible artist who I've treasured working alongside for my entire career. I put my faith in her at the start, and we were both much smaller creators. She saved me from a year-long struggle to get my first model. What the fuck? Why does it take you a year to get a model? What is wrong with these people? She's been with me every step of my journey since. I wanted Nano to be a part of anything she could. She does make her the backbone of my brand. Alright. Nano found herself in a situation she couldn't back out of, and then chose to do what would result in the most beneficial outcome for herself. What? You fucking... You little two-timing hoe. You two-timing hoe bag cheater. You guys pressured her into an exclusivity deal and said, we will not... We support her decisions. She's her own person. We would support her working with others. Now you're like, I think she did this for herself. She did what was beneficial for herself, and now we don't support it. Fuck you. Hide the truth. You admitted to several times to lying and hiding the truth in this document. Below are a large portion of Nano's DMs with Red and I over the past 2 years, or 2.5 years, that show any of the situation brought up in Nano's document in full context, show the relationship we had with her and how she felt about us and other people involved in everything. This is a fucking... Stop with these sentences. How do you... Maybe you should have used AI to write this, because you cannot write for shit. I've also included some of my own messages with her and some messages with other people. Some of these DMs are repeated and included in the following sections. Okay. Now this profile picture is different. Some screenshots because they were taken at different times. Okay. Everything's in chronological order. All the dates and times are in Eastern. Censored any private info. Screenshots include messages that were in any documents are highlighted in red. Yada, yada, yada. Okay. Wait. Screenshots that include messages that were in any of the documents are highlighted with a red border. Screenshots that are directly or taken from another document are highlighted with an orange border. What is the difference between this red and orange? Directly of or taken from... So you just screenshotted the document, I guess is what you're saying? So it's like red is like from documents, and then orange is like a screenshot of the document? I don't know. Dates and important things are in yellow. Quotes from my apology are in gray. Reds and blue. Why didn't you just make red and red? Why is red and blue? Fuck you. Why do you do this? Alright. Is this where all the pages come from? This is gonna be all the pages. This is all the pages. 14. Oh my god. 14 of 126. This is all the pages. I guess this is maybe where the dirt is. I don't know, but Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Can you be more concise? Can you just show, like, the important fucking bits? Oh my god. Alright. January 23, 2023. By the start of 2023, Nano was already sharing her commission plans with Red. She also told him that it was okay for us to commission someone else for merch artwork Red had previously talked to her about. Red said it was no problem for us to wait for her to do it. Like I said in my apology, in regards to Nano's, for a majority of the time working with her, Red was almost solely doing the communication. Alright. In his private DMs. So, can I zoom in on this? Can I not zoom in on this fucking... Cool. Every time I zoom in, it adjusts the picture size. Cool. Why am I not able to fucking pull this? Hold on. Let me just try something here. So copy this. Can't paste it over there? What the fuck? Let me open a paint thing here. Okay. Copy. Paste. Can I not copy and paste it? What the fuck? Alright. Alright, we can't zoom in on it. That kinda sucks. That kinda sucks. Anyway. I'm gleaming through it. Gleaming through it? Glossing over it. I'm glossing over it. I'm brushing over it. Whatever the fuck. Nothing looks interesting in here. Okay. Later that day was the first time Red brought up Spite to Nano. Red asked Nano not to work with Spite. Is that in here? We're fine moving things around. Okay. I don't see it in this one. Maybe it's in the next one. Oh yeah, it is in the next. It's in the next screenshot. Okay. Red asked her not to work with Spike, and she gladly agreed not to. Red only told me about this after it was done. It wasn't something we talked about beforehand, but I was okay with it. Nano never said anything about this to me, and we've never talked about Spike. I shared my feelings. Red expressed here, since he was the only other one who knew how I felt. What he said about the negative comments I was getting was true. Everything regarding Spite is presented in her section of this document. Great. This was not included in Nano's or Spite's document at all. Why? Why include it? Tell me why it should be included. Since they didn't say anything about it, I chose not to either. I lied about not knowing about Red's conversation with Nano and Spite to try and not make things worse for myself, but I still accidentally alluded to it because of the state I was in. This is what I said. Once again, I had no involvement or knowledge of Red bringing up Spite to Nano in 2023. My only personal involvement was with excluding someone specific from working, with Silver. So Red says, or sorry, Red. Yeah, actually his name is Red. Red says, Cinder was upset over what we both thought was Spite copying her. I saw Spite interacting with Nano, possibly with the intent of trying to work with her. I went to Nano myself and asked her not to without talking to Cinder first. This was about one person and one artist they never worked with before, who was fine with agreeing to it. As far as I know, it never actually affected Spite. I've never talked about Spite with any other artist, and I'm sorry to her that I asked her. They asked this of Nano. Okay. This was the first of 4 total times with 3 different artists. Okay. I'd ever specifically asked someone not to work with someone else, which is all presented in this document. Cool. So we have Red here, Redacted. Hey, kind of a weird question, but would it be okay if we requested you don't work with someone? You mean like being exclusive? No, like not accept commissions from one person. Oh, who is this? spite. Grimace. Oh, damn. I almost said something like when Sinder X spite. Ever since Sinder debuted, we've seen her slowly implement a new design details onto herself that seem like she might have taken them from Sinder, including her now having ear flames she never had. And we think it's because she was the Hellhound until Sinder showed up. She was the Hellhound, quote unquote. But also some of the Spites community have been rude to Sinder in chat, on YouTube comments, on other people's clips. Okay. I've noticed her being friendly towards you, possibly with the intention of working with you. I just wanted to ask if you're okay with being one Hellhound exclusive. Of course, I protect my baby. My baby. But I also noticed the Flames edition. It's a shame people that can't educate their community. Thank you, Nano. I feel really bad about asking something like this. I really appreciate it, though. Okay, there's no place for rude people. Mama Nano, best Nano. Mama Protect, I see. I'm not sure. Alright. Whatever. But then I tell Nano, I just want to ask if you're okay with being one, and I really feel bad asking you like this. Okay, what? So what? I started the conversation as if we were asking Nano to do this, like I would any other time. But then I tell her, yeah, okay. So how, I don't know what he's adding by saying this. Nano and I have never talked about spite. Here's me searching spite in my own DMs with Nano. You know you could delete them and then do a search, right? You know you could delete them and then do a search and nothing shows up, right? You know this proves nothing, right? An example of the relationship Red had with Nano and how they would talk with each other. Nano told Red she wants to make my winter outfit, after Red messaged her about it a few days earlier on 22nd. Okay. Hey Nano, were you interested in designing Cinder's winter outfit? Not until a lot later this year. Wanted to ask in case we need to find someone else to design it for you to draw. Did I agree on doing Cinder Winter? Because I do. I just don't remember if I replied to that. You did not reply to them, Nano. I do want to them. Oh my gosh, you do? I do. I gotta talk to someone, or so some people, and change things around. OMG. I know it's Twitter, or not Twitter, I know it's Discord DMs, but for fuck's sake. I know that they're supposed to be doing business together, but it's like, no, I'm just kidding. Fuck you, them. Mama Protect, you know, it's like, can you guys act like adults? Can you guys act like adults for a second? Alright, this is March now. Red asked about Nano's other work for us to plan around with her, and Nano willingly shared this was normal between them. Okay. Be confident, Nano. I'm not. It's in my nature. I expect low, anything is a win. Well, I'm glad it's been going good for you. What does your art schedule look like right now? Okay, she lists her schedule. And a few cup arts in between. Already have something for around June. I think that's it. Let me see what else Cinder and I had planned to work with you on this year. Also, it's okay to have Cinder's arts for Patreon rewards. I didn't have much time for Patreon. They are starving. Okay, so I guess it's just to demonstrate it's normal for them to talk and plan around work. Okay. Nano told Red she wouldn't be able to meet the deadline for 2 pieces of art she was doing for me. Red was sympathetic and extended the deadline for her. Nano implied that she's been taking on too many projects. Okay. Nano says, I'm feeling a bit concerned about deadlines for the 2.0 art. What's up? I think it would be much better. It would be better to find someone else for 2.0 start screen. I didn't know they would be used the same day, but I can work a bit harder to meet the dates if you really want them to be on it. Okay, so yeah, they're demonstrating she is feeling Busy, okay. I might stop taking big comm missions, I assume, for some time and only work on my current contacts. I'm kinda dying. Cool. Nano turned down artwork plans. Alright, this is a whole lot of... Alright, cool. What are you trying to establish with all this? I messaged Nano starting on some pose ideas. Okay. I told Nano I was trying to get her to the okay to work on my waifu cup art. Okay. I asked Nano about the upcoming model. Okay, so all you're demonstrating is you had a long... Like, so far, this is a lot to just demonstrate. You had a long business relationship in which you asked about schedules. She demonstrated she was busy. And there was, like, some back and forth a little bit on, like, certain models. She didn't meet a deadline. Okay, what's the point? Red asked about Nano's projects, about when Silver contacted her about her model, okay, and encouraged her to set aside time for her own content. Silver seems to want another model though. I need some break, but Silver wants another model though, like a brand new. Yep. She didn't reply to the model specifications. So I'm just taking this as a chance to be free. I see. Nano, you don't need to answer, but I'm just curious. When did Silver contact you about making her first model? Feel like you shouldn't take until at least July off to focus on you and your streams. You should take at least until July off. Nano deserves... So he's being coy here. He's like, oh, Silver contacted you? I think you should just take it off. Yeah, I agree. You need a break. You need a break. Don't work on Silvers. Don't worry. Just take a break. At this point, I might just stick to Sinder, blank, and blank. Silver is not very responsive to me. Let's see. Yep, okay. I asked Nano about when she made Silver's first model from her, because we grew suspicious of it. If it had anything to do with Sinder and her debut about a couple months ago. Nano wasn't well known as a model artist in the summer of 2022 and had only done like 3 models at that point, including Sinder's. More about this topic in Silver's section. Jeez. Oh, I forgot. We're still in the Nano section. There's still so much. There's still so much. I thank Nano for the waifu cup. Cool. Cool. Why? I don't care. So this is from May 9th through 10th. All right. Why are we looking at stuff in 2023? And she claimed this did not happen over several years. Okay, couple of years. Red talked to Nano about the situation with my first waifu cup, which led to him revealing our experience with Silvervale over the past 2 years. Spite was mentioned towards the end of the conversation. It was the last time she was ever talked about between them. Before this, I was told that Silvervale had her own waifu cup with Nano's artwork on it that was already far into production. I was excited and proud to have the first waifu cup, or the first cup with Nano's art, and all of a sudden that wasn't going to be the case. Not only that, but if my cup was going to be released with Silver's, or after Silver's, I would have been harassed for copying her again. I did not lie to Nano about anything I said in this conversation, and I would have had no reason to. Everything I said was as I genuinely thought and experienced speaking to a friend I trusted. So okay, maybe this is good, I don't know. Redacted says, the cup might be coming out a lot sooner than we were planning because of conflicts with another release. Oh no, what a disaster, says Nano. Yeah, there's another creator's thing coming out, and we wanted to make sure Sinder's was released ASAP. Damn, do you know when it is? Not exactly, that's why we're rushing it. Pretty hype having my art on GG Cup. Waiting to hear back about moving the release date up. Yeah, we're super excited to be the first with your art. I had to move it up to make sure we have the first Nano Cup. I'm so excited. Let me know if you get dates. It's supposed to be the end of June. We're waiting on confirmation, but it could be within the next couple months. Or sorry, couple weeks. Let's go. The only thing with your art on it that would be coming out. Wait, the other thing with your art on it could be coming out soon. So we're going to Sonic Speed this bitch. Like speed on this bitch. Other thing, he's trying to play coy. I feel like he's again trying to play coy here. But they still want the art at AX, probably without cups being on sale. Yeah, wait a minute. It's like it feels like they're dancing around the fact that they both know it's Silver, or at least like almost like Red's trying to get her to out that Silver's the other one making the art, or not making the art. Silver's the other one that is commissioning the art from Nano. Let's see. New kind of cup. Okay, and this is top secret, and you can't say anything to anyone, not even Blank. Because technically this is between him and Sinder, and I shouldn't know about it. But I'm the manager. And I thought you knew. Me, GG people were very interested in my work. Maybe it was a foreshadow. And then there's a spoilered section here that he shows here. This new full body color art cup is of Silver. Excuse me. And it's basically at the same part of production as Sinder. And it has your art. What Blank told Sinder is that it was something you drew for Silver for Blank, and it was never used. So she's reusing it here after Blank pitched the idea to make it. So Sinder starts panicking about it. We have no clue when they plan on releasing the cup, but if it's before Sinder, it won't be the first Nano cup. And not only that, but Sinder said the hand with heart the hand with the heart positions are really similar, which isn't your fault since you didn't know about anything about this. And if Cinder's cup were to release after hers, then it would just add more fuel to the ongoing drama between them. Sinder will get more hate about it. Alright. Plus hers is a brand new full-on art color cup, while Cinder's would have a normal waifu cup and would be overshadowed in comparison. So Blank was doing overtime, coordinating Blank, trying to work out an emergency plan to get Cinder's cup out ASAP. There's just a lot of unspoken drama between Sinder and Silver. Only me and a couple other people know everything. It was important that we get Cinder's out before her. She has drama with Silver? Question mark, question mark. There's been a lot of misunderstandings and coincidences. The internet still thinks Sinder copied everything about Silver, and that's basically confirmed that Silver doesn't like Sinder because of it. Kind of sad, my baby's not getting really well. It's kind of sad my baby's not getting really well together, not gonna lie. Woot. What the fuck? Why do all these people suck at writing? Why can't they write fucking normal sentences, please? Let's see. Cinder's rated Silver multiple times, and she's the only one Silver won't say her name. Huh. Is that true? Silver was at Cinder's debut last year. Cinder started growing fast, and then not even a month later contacts you about getting a model from you herself rushed for her birthday. There's more instances like that, but Silver refuses to follow, acknowledge, or interact with Cinder at all because it's assumed that Cinder copied her. It sucks because she didn't. Ironically, Cinder is only Cinder because of Silver, but not because she copied it. Complete opposite. History lesson. History lesson time, I guess. Before Cinder was Cinder, she was Tashi with an ASMR channel, which she still does sometimes. Oh yeah, I've seen that. The pink OC is this, I guess. You always loved wolves. See, okay. Is there anything else interesting? This is going on, and there's nothing interesting here. Okay. What am I meant to be revealed out of this? I don't like what's. They're opposite designs, so they fit well together. Cinder just feels like she's always in Silver's shadow, because that's what people think. Isn't that like that's jealousy? That's envy. And she said none of the actions were jealousy or envy based or greed based. Clear lie. But like going back to the gamer subs thing, if Silver releases her new impressive cup first, going to overshadow Cinder's, yeah, okay. I just feel like Sinder with blank, people still compare us a lot. And I feel like I'm always on his shadow. What? I feel just like Sinder with blank. Okay, so there's another artist there. Okay, I see. Jesus. I don't need the full conversation. What are these blanked out pictures here? In between these screenshots, Red told Nano the story about the long process of getting my model first, but it's not relevant to show here. Okay, that's what you choose not to show? There's so much irrelevancy. There's so much irrelevancy. Nano, don't worry, I love gossips. Nano's always been open to talking about drama and gossip with me. Okay, and? Okay, and? Why? Like, if half the document is these screenshots, I'm like, okay, what? Cut your document. Show me what's relevant. Why do I need to see this whole conversation? What are you trying to demonstrate with this? What is this meant to demonstrate? Now listen, I don't want you to think we're telling you to not work with her. At this point, Cinder should just give up on that and keep walking. Oh, okay, so... Like, honestly, it would benefit them both, but Silver seems like she has too much of an ego. She'll never give Sinder public validations as long as she believes Sinder is a copy. And then Redacted says, I don't want you to think we're telling you to not work with her. You kind of are, though. You are. At this point, Cinder should just give up on that and keep walking. And then Redacted says, she's a big customer. True and real. It's just hard because it's hard for the public to separate the two, kind of like blank. Okay. So we're not saying to stop working with Silver, but we'll always have plenty of work for you if you're willing to take it. That's it. You know what you're saying there. You know what you're saying there. He's doing the nudge nudge. He's trying to be coy again. I'm not saying don't work with her, but hey, we have a lot planned with you. We'd like to do a lot with you, but if something were to happen to that, I don't know. Let's see. I'm using the we're here, but Cinder had no idea this conversation was happening until I told her about it later. I was speaking for both of us. Yeah, bullshit. You didn't tell her about this. I didn't realize this message was cut off when the screenshots were taken. Okay, cool. Who cares? So she wouldn't say her name, but she would say, thank you so much. Welcome, Raiders. Go follow her. So, okay. So what? Why, now you're just being... Now you are being spiteful. You guys are just... I don't know. This is petty. This is petty bullshit. All these screenshots for pettiness? Fuck off. She wouldn't say your name. You tried to sign an exclusivity deal and cut her out of art contracts? You guys did more than she did. She just wouldn't say your name, and you're over here trying to fuck her over business-wise. You're like, look, we may have tried to fuck her over business-wise, but she was mean, and that's worse. Okay. Nano clarified to me she was the one who went to Silver about a new model. When she told me about it on May 4th, but was already regretting it due to not being up for more model work. Nano taking on more models than she could handle will continue to happen. Okay, so just trying to demonstrate she keeps taking on more work than she can do. Because I know part of this was offloading blame onto Nano by saying Nano took on more work than she could do, so we weren't entirely responsible for her canceling projects of other VTubers. You kind of were. Why didn't she cancel Cinders then? Why didn't she cancel Cinders? She only seemed to cancel the people you wanted canceled, right? Okay, more stuff. Cool. Give me the highlight. Show me the highlight part. Later in our conversation, we're talking about my scale figure that was in pre-production. Cool, you're talking about it. Yeah. You demonstrated that you're talking about it. Wow, thank you for including that. When Nano suggested I have Good Smile make my demon figure, I said they didn't even want silver, which is something I heard from another friend. Good Smile is very hard to get work with. He was a much larger creator than me at the time, so I thought my chances of working with them were even smaller. I chose to keep this in, and I'm pointing this out because it's the only time I said anything mean about Silver in any of my DMs. Good Smile didn't even want to work with Silver. I'm talking about Silver. I'm kidding. Good Smile is really picky about who they work with. Maybe one day, though. Someone saying, stop talking about Silver implies they've been talking about Silver a lot, though, does it not? You're saying I don't talk about her much. I included this because I wanted to show, like, this is like the one and only time I said anything bad about her. Nanoless, in response to you saying they don't even include Silver, she's like, stop talking about Silver. Why would she say this? This is implying you talk about Silver a lot more, or at least maybe you were going on a rant that's not included. This implies you were ranting about Silver at some point. Or venting about it. Maybe not in DMs, maybe somewhere else, maybe on stream. This implies you were venting about Silver. Maybe IRL, I don't know. I messaged Nano to tell her we needed to change artwork on one side of the waifu cup because it was too similar to Silver's. Okay. I'm just gonna believe you on that one. Nano suggested an artist for a reference sheet, and Red told her that we were holding onto my winter outfit for her to do, and she was interested. Okay, I'll believe you on that. Nano asked Red if we could pay for a commission for her and subtract the total from the work she did for us. What? If we could pay for a commission for her and then subtract the total from the work she did for us? I don't know what you mean by that. We've done this multiple times over the years to help her when she needed, and she'd take the difference off of our commission. You're paying her, and are you paying her early? I don't really understand what they're talking about here. Can you pay me a little commission again? It's a 700 commission, but my shit card can't handle it. We bought you. We can just pay the invoice you sent. That's that right there. We bought you. It's kind of interesting phrasing right there. Anyway, I showed Nano that I included her eye symbol in my demon room after my debut, which I've been including in all my major room backgrounds for years. Nano wasn't a tool for Red or I to use, even though you just said we bought you. It was someone we both cherished working with. She said she was planning to start my winter design soon. Okay. Is this the design? Oh, you're showing the eye symbol. Okay, an eye. Very, okay, an eye with a squiggly. Cool. A swirl. Nano's eye symbol in my second room. Framed picture and a mascot. Okay, cool. Not a room background, but Nano asked to include her own standee of herself on my most recent starting screen that I had on my desk. See? Okay. Red messaged Nano about Silver asking about a model right after my demon model debut. What was this? So this was still, is it in July? Okay. At least Cinder just came out first. Yes, and it's doing so well. Did she have you make a second piece of art for it recently? Cinder's model called a lot of attention. Blank and blank messaged me for models. Did she ask you for a new model yet? Since Cinder's debut? Oh lol. She kind of did actually, but I'm kind of excited for her. Blank. Me and Cinder were like, she probably already asked Nano. Are you planning to work on another model for her, or just blank are new? I think she got upset about Cinder's figure stealing her figure's thunder. Dude, there's no way. I mean, Cinder been blasting something. You just got it all. What did you tell her now? What did you tell her, no? I know it's Cinder's enemy, but still my client. I'm sorry. It's okay. After I asked, Nano told me Silver had already asked her for a model after Cinder's demon debut, which was 3 days before this. When I enthusiastically said, wait, did you tell her no about that model? Nano had the ability to tell me no. Okay, but did you threaten her? The point is like, okay. Later on, when you got the exclusivity deal, which is not being shown here yet. I'm sure it's somewhere in this fucking mountain of DMs. Later on, there's probably more pressure. The pressure builds slowly. Longer relationship. There's now more pressure to stay with you guys. Calling Silver Cinder's enemy at the time were her words, not mine. Yeah, but why did she feel that way, you fucking idiot? Why did she feel that way? What would lead her to believe that? After you went on and on about, like, she won't even say Cinder's name. She's copying Cinder. What the fuck are you? Why are you trying to wash your hands of it? You knew you were in the DMs too. You're the one who egged it on. That was entirely her saying that. Alright, bro. We can see the DM. You're lying. We just wanted Silver to get along with Cinder, but we recognized the way she'd always acted towards Cinder. We want Silver to get along with Cinder. Sure you did, yeah. I'm glad everyone's interested in working with you. You deserve the attention, okay? Me saying I think Cinder and Silver will always be fighting for your work behind the scenes is the first instance of me implying we would eventually be competing directly with anyone. Okay. Drama. Okay, so may I know what's up? Kind of like the gossip. Drama with some friends when we were traveling, just people not very nice, being kind of two-faced. And now Silver stuff getting to us since we didn't plan for her things to be releasing so close to ours. I mean, this is kind of, I mean, why didn't you just, you could both use the same artist? If this artist was any good at negotiations, if this artist was had any like intelligence, they could have just said, all right, I'm not going to put your guys' commissions close together. I will not accept commissions that are that close together. I'll accept commissions from both of you, but I will separate them by like a month. I know you two clients, like you got to be the middleman between the clients here. And if you know your two clients are kind of feuding, you can be like, all right, maybe this month I'll release something for Cinder. Next month, I'll release something for Silver. And we can go back and forth like that, but I'm not going to release something for both of you on the same month. Just do that. Why is that so hard? Nano got tired of hearing about drama around Silvervale specifically. Yeah, no shit, because maybe you talk about it a lot. I'll slap you about Silver stuff. It's whatever, I guess. Yeah, because you keep... Why do you think she keeps telling you guys to stop talking about Silver? It's because you guys won't shut up about it. There's no, like, I highly doubt this is all that, like, these are all the DMs. Again, I mentioned competition with Silver because of the fact that she couldn't get along, leading to my thoughts about her being competition down the road, but I was sympathetic to Silver's point of view too. What, here? I was looking at the numbers yesterday. Cinder literally has the same view numbers as Silver now. Cinder supremacy. It's like really close, okay? I think it's more like wanting her to recognize Cinder, even though it literally doesn't matter. Does it not matter? Why are you fucking... You guys think it matters a lot. To you guys? This is Redacted talking here. You guys think this matters a lot to you guys. I feel like there's this unspoken competition between them, like they really need to one-up each other because Silver can't get along. Is it Silver that can't get along? Why don't you guys just leave her the fuck alone? Why are you guys so, like, intent? You guys don't need to... You guys realize you don't need to have an association with Silver. She doesn't owe you anything. Silver doesn't owe you an association. Stop, like, just... You guys won't get Silver out of your fucking mind. It's crazy. And I understand... But I also understand her point of view. A new VTuber who people say looks, sounds, and acts like you becomes just as successful as you are in a year. If she did recognize Cinder as an equal or a friend, then it would be like she's blanking her replacement. They're a lot of the same audience too. Yeah, no shit. If she doesn't want to associate, leave her alone. I said we were fighting for Cinder and Silver's shared audiences. Wallets with our cups and figures. You were fighting for the same audience with wallets and cups. Okay. Or you're fighting for the same audience as wallets with cups and figures. Because Cinder's and Silver's first wife and cups dropped a week apart. And their scale figures a month apart. We undercut Silver's figure by having an earlier release date than her to avoid Cinder being accused of copying her again. We wanted Silver to at least be on good terms with Cinder. Anyone could see the potential they'd have working together, including the money they could make. Yeah, we didn't want any bad blood, but we undercutted her. We worked behind the scenes to undercut her release. Red complimented Nano for the work she did with Silver, told her, Nano, I wanted Nano everything. Okay, cool. Like, you can keep giving all the DMs, but what you did is what you did. Like, undercutting someone before they have their release, just barely, is still underhanded. Is it good business? Sure. Is it underhanded? Yes. Like, you can give all the DMs in the world, you can try and paint the context in any way you want. What happened is still what happened. The actions are still the actions, and actions often speak for themselves. Red discussed plans with Nano that she was interested in doing. Gave her priority before bringing plans to any other artist. We ultimately decided to wait until Nano was ready to make my winter outfit like it had been discussed with her all year. Blank message shown below was an animated emote on a frame that didn't show. Cool. Alright, I'm just gonna trust you. You discussed plans. We discussed plans. Here's 3 screenshots showing we discussed plans. Cool. Thanks for showing me. Almost 3 weeks later, Red checked with Nano on my winter outfit since she was working on a new model, but assured her it was okay that she hadn't started yet. Cool, I'm gonna believe you. About a week later, Nano asked Red for us to find someone else to do my winter outfit, or my art. Due to her workload, Red offered to push the model art back. We had no one else in mind to do it. We wanted to prioritize model work with Nano over Gamer Sup's artwork Red asked her about. Nano did the artwork in October and started my winter model in November. Sure, I'll believe you on that. I messaged Nano about my projects and tried to make them easier for her to do. Sure, maybe you did. Red asked Nano about her current projects. We were thinking about model plans with another artist at the time because Nano's busy scheduled lately. Okay. Although nothing ended up coming of it, this is when Red allegedly manipulated Nano and forced her to cancel Silvervale's model. Allegedly. All right, let's see. Hold on. This is the schedule, okay. I was just wondering, I know you were working on blank and silver and blank, and said you would be working with blank soon. I'll go get the feedback. Go get to the feedback now. This is the schedule. Oof. My oof reaction in the screenshot was due to the number of projects she had working on the to-do list, not about who was on it. Yeah, okay. I assumed it was the schedule. This is the first time I'd seen Nano working with Bao on a model. So we got Silvervale model, or January. Blank model, February. Blank model, March. Cottontail model, April. Bao model, June. This is Sinder's winter model in December. Blank model, blank. Okay. So that's what? January, February, March, April. I don't see anything in May. Then June. I don't see July, August, September. But we have these ones that are being worked on, I guess. This is the wait list. Okay. Anyway. That's like a model a month, I guess. Seems like. Alright, where's the part where you allegedly did the thing? This is pretty much one comm every month, which means I can always put Sinder stuff in between easy. Okay, do you know what kind of model Bao wanted from you yet? Like, is it normal well, or is there a theme? And I thought you were talking to blank about a model. Why are you asking about other VTubers' models? That's weird to me. I mean, it's none of your business, I would think. I know they have like a... That's the thing, they set up like a personal relationship. They tried to set up a personal relationship with the artist so they can get like knowledge they otherwise probably shouldn't have. Like, if this was purely business, you shouldn't tell the other... Like, if this was purely business, what you're doing for another VTuber shouldn't be told to another. It should be... You should keep it, you know... I know you don't need like fucking HIPAA or like, you know, like fucking secrecy, but it's like... Just use your brain. I mean, if you're talking about if you're doing a commission for one VTuber, just keep that between you and that VTuber. If you're doing it with another one, just keep that between you and that other person. Talking about what you're making for another person is that's weird. I wouldn't do that. That's a bad move. It's wrong of him to ask, but also it's wrong of her to answer. He wants a big mommy bow, like blank. I was about to say, not the Bowberry. Like a lore outfit. Model is done for a while, too. I mean, maybe it's a good thing we ended up reaching out to another artist about a model with how many you'll be doing. That seems... I don't know. I read that as vaguely a threat. That right there feels like it's vaguely a threat that, hey, we're willing to commission someone else. Maybe it's a good thing we're looking at other people. Maybe it's a good thing we're looking at other artists since you're so busy. I was asking questions about Bao's design here to find out if it would be compatible with Boss. Oh, Boss Rush's theme, like a lore outfit. Boss Rush was only an idea between me and Sinder at the time, but we knew what the concept would eventually be, just not who would be included. I see. Who's rigging? Gonna be blank. Nice. Oh, that's real good. Alright. Don't feel super great about going with someone other than you, but I don't know. Feels like an arms race sometimes with new models and more people wanting to be best mama nano babies. Oh, don't worry about that. I'm sure blank model will be even better, to be honest. His art is really clean and yummy. We'll have to see. We were very loyal to Nano when it came to our models. This was during a time where there were significant upgrades in the overall model art and rigging quality in the VTuber sphere. And more people were going to Nano for models, taking up more of her time. Okay? This is the first time I said anything about Nano's models being less special if anyone had one. This was about supply and demand, and we perceived the value of Nano's models if they weren't as scarce, I don't know how to say that. Scarce, like I said above, This was not to discredit the quality of her work or talent as an artist. Yeah, I wouldn't think it would be. If you want exclusive rights to someone's art, I would assume you'll like that art. Yeah, okay. Why would I assume otherwise? And having an art be less special because other people have it? Yeah, I can understand that. If everyone had a Mona Lisa, yeah, it wouldn't be as special, right? I get you. Gotta do what you gotta do to stay relevant or staying competitive in the VTuber sphere in a general sense. Yeah, okay. Cool, I'll just... Yeah. Nano said it'd be an honor to keep making Cinder's models, but if she chose to work with another, or with someone else, she said it is what it is, almost like it's just business. Yeah, but you were clearly talking in a more than just business way. There was a little bit more than just business, because why would she be telling you about the fucking other model work if it's just business? You had a little bit, you were privy to some extra information because you were friendly with the artist. And clearly Nano didn't feel this was just business. You can say it was just business. Nano didn't feel that way. You're saying she said this, which indicates that she thought it was just business. I think if you guys were exclusively not using Nano's models, she'd probably be upset. But that's just business, right? Almost like there's a little bit more in this picture right now than just business. You guys have made like a little like partnership, a little like relationship with her. To be clear, my comment above saying we take pride in calling you her artist was not about owning Nano, keeping her from working with us. Yeah, it literally is that. We take pride in you calling her, or in calling you her artist. Yeah, there's a reason. What do you mean that's not, you're not trying to take ownership? Because Nano's art style had become synonymous with Sinder and her brand. Did it though? Was it? She was the artist we personally prioritized and supported over all others. I also mentioned to Nano the pressure Sinder and I felt back then to constantly be doing more new and exciting things, which led to how unhealthy our work-life balance. Okay, cool. No one cares about your work-life balance. I don't care about your work-life balance. Fuck off. Stop with that fucking bullshit. Stop with your mitigating factors of we were so sad and tired and stressed. I don't care. I don't care. It doesn't change my mind on anything. That doesn't affect anything you've done. If you did bad but you were tired, that doesn't just, you know, that doesn't mean you're okay now. Oh, well, you were tired? Alright, it's fine. Why? You gotta buy a house? You and your husband need a house. You want to buy that house, right? I don't know, Cinder's just the best baby I got, to be honest. Buy a house, Nano, buy a house. We're not living in the road, don't worry. Just by talking about her plans to Nano, she said I was making her rethink her current waitlist. Calling Sinder the best baby. Yeah, you were... No shit! No shit, you fucking retard. You are pressuring her. You are pressuring her. You're basically saying, we can go with someone else, but we don't want you working with other people. We take pride in you being her artist. Like, just you. Like, we take pride. We don't, like, you're insinuating. Like, this guy seems, like, all of these people seem to think that there's nothing more to what you're saying other than literally the text on the screen. There's nothing more to it. It's only the text on the screen. But there's clearly more to it. You are clearly, like, there's implications. There's inferred meaning. You are kind of trying to be coy a lot of the time, and not you don't seem to directly state how you feel many times. You beat around the bush a lot. You pussyfoot a lot. So when she's saying, yeah, I want to buy a house, I gotta rethink all these other people. You guys want me to be your artist, I gotta rethink these other people. Why might she say that, huh? Why might she when you say we like you being her artist, and she's like, oh, I gotta rethink my wait list. Why might she say that? Just by talking about our plans to Nano, she said I was making... Yeah, I read that. Okay, above, Red said to Nano, you and your husband need a house. Before I'm accused of not censoring that personal information and outing her. It's public on Nano's Twitter profile that Mio is her husband. He is also her manager. I'll see that again, huh? I'm not sure why that's relevant. You and your husband need to... Okay, maybe if I was really reading it, it would have been like, oh, this person's her husband. I got it. Alright. But, I mean, if you want to clear up your schedule for more work for us, or for more work with us, I'm not going to stop you. Hey! You know, we'd love for you to just be kind of her artist, right? It'd be more special to us in our working relationship here. Oh, I'll rethink my waitlist. But, I mean, hey, you know, we're not pressuring you. If you want to clear up your schedule for more work for us, I'm not going to stop you. Come on, this guy he thinks he's so slick. He thinks he's so fucking sly. He pussyfoots around everything he's demanding, but the demands are there. Yeah, thinking on cleaning the most later ones. After Nano said she was rethinking her waitlist, I said I won't stop her if she wanted to make more. Time for us. She responded saying she was thinking about getting rid of the later ones. I thought Nano should keep Bao on her list because she was Cinder's friend, but I didn't want to take a solid stance on it if Nano was thinking about removing her herself. Nano said here she really wanted to work with Bao. Okay. I mean, you're saying, we're designing Bao's? Not sure. We didn't get the specifics yet. So what on that list can you get rid of? Might have it look like this. I'll just tell my manager told me to get rid of some of the comms because I'm dying, so Mio gets the fault. Oh! It's almost like it's very common for the husband/manager to be the go-to for. I'm just gonna throw all the bad things I did on him, and then he gets to keep being my manager slash husband slash boyfriend. Funny how that works. That seems to be very common in this sphere, apparently. Nano told me Bao's model was scheduled for June. Then 2 minutes later, after I asked what she could get rid of, she showed me she removed Silvervale's and Cotton's model from her waitlist. Then she said she was going to blame it on Mio, her husband, manager, because she's dying with her commissions. Okay, yeah, I just read that. Didn't you already start Silver on your stream, though? Yeah, but I'll cancel anyway. Kind of feeling more light, and I didn't even send the messages yet. Like, their defense, Red's defense, is I didn't explicitly verbatim ask her. I didn't explicitly verbatim threaten her. I didn't explicitly verbatim in text, you know, make these demands. But they were still, she inferred them. The demands were implied. She inferred them. Message received regardless. You didn't directly state it. You tiptoed and pussyfooted around it, but the message was received. You can't act all innocent now that your secret sly message was received, bro. I didn't ask Nano to cancel anyone's models. She chose to cancel Cotton and Silver's models herself. Even though I was biased against about Silvervale, I had nothing against Cotton back then, and didn't even say anything once to Nano about her. Yet she chose to cancel her model too. She said she was feeling more light, implying that she was dying with her commissions. I told her she should do what's best for herself. After Nano first showed me her new waitlist, I told Sinder she canceled Silvervale's model. She was trying to buy a house, and that we can give her more work to help her. She was excited to do as much as we could for Nano. Nano told me about Silver's model in July, but it was only canceled here in November. If I was the one who had Silver's model canceled, why did I tell her it was okay? And then wait 4 months to force and manipulate her to cancel it. Does this guy have no idea? Like, we can read the text. Just because you went, nah, it's okay. It's like, we really wanted to work with you, but we could find someone else. It's okay. People can say it's okay and not really mean it. And then you put fucking, it's okay, and is that what, people sad? What is that? Like, it's okay. You can be feigning, like you're feigning sadness, like, oh no. When you're trying to elicit a response that's like, no, don't worry, no. It's like, hey, I'm not gonna make you sad. Don't worry about it. I got it. You're saying it's okay, but don't worry, I got you. does he not know how human interaction works? I think he knows full well. I think he's just trying to, again, he's trying to play slick, and he thinks we can't see it. Why would Nano have been able to tell me no in July and then never again? Because it's been more years. Why would a business relationship develop as time went on? Why would it get more exclusive as time went on and we kept talking about Silver? Why would it get more exclusive as it became more clear to her that we had an issue with Silver? And we finally got her to undercut Silver. Why would she get more on our side suddenly? Here's Nano canceling the model with Silver in her DMs, blaming Mio for her workload. The screenshot is from Silver's document. Orange border. Okay. Silver says, I was looking forward to it so much. I love your art. I've been so excited for your new model with you. I understand, though. You have to prioritize your health. Take care of yourself. I hope your health improves. Okay. Do you know if you'd be able to do it at all next year? Don't feel pressured or anything. Just asking. Okay. Here's my message to Silver 2 days before Red's conversation with Nano happened. Okay. This message was framed in Silver's document as me taunting her while Red and I were supposedly plotting against her, which is totally untrue. My message to her was genuine. The full context of my DMs with Silver are in her section of the document. Ah! Jesus. I don't think I'm getting through this today. I don't think I have the time to get through this document. This is fucking... I might have to call it... I might have to tap out. Hold on. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to take another break. Alright, getting back into it. After taking a break. Let's see. Alright. So... she says she sent this message and it was totally genuine. I don't believe her on this, by the way. She says it was totally genuine. There was no tongue-in-cheek mocking involved whatsoever. So she says, "Hey Silver, I just got your gamer sub stuff. Keep in mind, so this message, the context is, this message came, I think, shortly after. Wait, where is it? 7/18. This is 11." I mean, this is after they got Silvervale stuff canceled, I believe. A few months later, but still. After they got Silvervale's thing canceled. I think? Or is the timing on this weird? Hold on, this is November 15th. This is November 17th. So Silver cancels it on the 17th. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, so she's presenting this to say, this comment was shown by Silver in her document to say that, you know, Sinder was mocking her. But her defense, Sinder's defense, is that she sent this 2 days before Nanoless even revealed that she was going to cancel Silvervale's model. But it still works as the thing is, Cinder and Silver have had this antagonistic relationship for like a while now. At this point, it had to have been at least like a few months, at the very least a few months of an antagonistic relationship. So you sending this being like overtly like over the top, like, hey, it's amazing, everything's cool, looks good, can still be seen as mocking. Maybe not. I don't know if in the document did she frame it. You were still talking behind her back about Silver with Nano. That's still true. This message was framed in Silver's document as me taunting her while Red and I were supposedly plotting against her, which is complete. You guys literally were plotting against her. You literally were trying to get. You were trying to get Nano to remove the commissions, or at least to try and focus. You wanted Nano to be her artist. Only her artist, essentially. Mostly. And by her artist, you mean excluding some others. Excluding some other people from being allowed to commission. This message can still be read. Like, I don't know if in Silver's document she said it specifically regarded losing the model commission. But even if we exclude that whatsoever, this can still be read as mocking. It's kind of interesting that we don't see what happened before and after that. Why does she not show what's before and after that? I replied to Nano's tweet showing off mine, Silver's merch right before Red had this conversation with her too. Did she respond? Did she like it? As you read from the conversation above, Red didn't ask or make Nano cancel Silver's model image from Silver's document. This is orange, so this was pulled from Silver's document, I assume. I didn't think much of it at the time, but Sinder messaged me on Discord right before my model was canceled. She celebrated that we shared art, despite the fact that at the same time, she and Redacted were actively working at the time to take the potential for more away. They were, though! This is still valid! This is still valid. You did message her. You messaged her 2 days before her model was taken away. You sent this comment saying, hey, I'm glad we have the same, like, art mommy or whatever, model mama. Yada, yada, yada. You sent this 2 days before her model gets pulled from Nanoless. So this message does say, Sinder messaged me on Discord right before my model was canceled. She celebrated that we shared art, despite the fact that at the same time, she and Redacted were actively working to take the potential for more away. You were! Or at least Redacted was. At the very least, Redacted was, and I do feel like you knew. Why are you trying to pretend like you had no part of this? Why are you pretending like Red didn't essentially pussyfoot around insinuating, hey, work with only us, please? This is what Red told Nano and May about working with Silver. Now listen, I don't want you to think we're telling you to not work with her. But, there's a... What comes after that? I don't want you to think we're telling you not to work with her. ... ellipses. However, but we're kind of saying that. In July, Nano told Red that Silver was still her client, no matter how she felt. Yeah, in July. These messages are in November. I know it's Cinder's enemy, because keep in mind, she's like, this can't be read in a mocking tone. She can't have said this in a mocking tone. It doesn't make any sense, even though... Here, where she says, I know it's Cinder's enemy. I know it's Cinder's enemy, back in fucking July. In July, she's like, Cinder's enemy. Silver, I know Silver is essentially Cinder's enemy. So then Cinder sends this in November, then 2 days later, Silver loses her model. Doesn't get the commission from Nano. Yeah, that's probably... It seems 100% like mocking. 100%. Here's Nano in her own public Discord server the very next day on the 18th saying she healthier and less stressed after choosing to remove... Okay, that doesn't... Okay, so what? What is that? What do you think that helps? You're saying Nano, it is all Nano. Nano did all of this! Here's Nano's reaction in 4:26:25 to finding out about my message to Silver and the image and how it was portrayed in Silver's document. Nano would have known exactly what happened with Silver's model. Yeah, that you guys pressured her. Silver, yeah, Nano's aware that you're saying, yeah, I'm aware she's Cinder's enemy. And then you guys were like, we don't want to go find other people. We don't want you to not work with her, but, you know, if we have to find another artist, we will. We want you to be her only artist, but we know you're looking for a house. You should buy the house, but come on now. Stop being fucking retarded. We know what you were doing. We know you're pulling your little fucking scammy pussyfoot business maneuvers. It's It's so fucking transparent. Here's Nano's reaction. Yeah, you can keep trying to paint it. It's not gonna work. I literally can't believe this. Yeah, Sinder. I think she knows more than you realize. Nano knows more than you're letting on. You're just upset. This was totally genuine, I'm sure. Nano told Red that Geary was approaching her about a model. I chose to leave her name uncensored here, since I mentioned her in my apology after finding out about it. And so this is what she said in the apology. And I was never even aware Nano was even planning to work on a model for another of my friends, Geary. Well, I guess Red was aware, though. So this is between Nano. Yeah, I think, didn't we already see this? We already saw the text earlier above saying that Red was aware he was working on a model for Geary. Red talked about another project with Nano and between these screenshots. Okay. But I guess this is a later date. I was half kidding when I told Nano, this is Red talking, I was half kidding when I told Nano about paying for her to not work with Silver on a model because I was just half kidding, guys. It was all in jest, unless I was just kidding, unless, you know, yeah. I'm not telling you to not work with her unless, you know, we want you to be your only model, but if we have to find, you know, unless, you know, if we have to find someone else, we don't want to find work unless, you know, stop. You're not as smart as you think you are. You're not as fucking sly as you think you are. It's so fucking transparent, and I think Nano saw through it. I was just half kidding when I told Nano about paying her to not work with Silver. Nano then said, I was right, this is a business world. Why would she say that? Why would she say this is a business world? If you were just half kidding, so you were half serious is what you're saying. So in other words, you were half serious when you said, hey, maybe I should pay you to not work with her. And she said, this is the business world. In reference to what I said about paying her not to work, which is the exact opposite to what mine and Cinder's later comments about business meant. I don't know what you mean then. How is it the exact opposite? Unrelated conversation continues again between these screenshots. Let's see if Geary wants a nano model or not. And hope Silver finds someone else. The next Flash K I kind of want to save for blank rigging though. My house can wait. Which model are you going to do next? My reaction towards Geary inquiring about a model had nothing to do with Geary at all, and I've never had anything... How about you stop talking to your artists about other people's models? How about you just focus on your models? How about you stop trying to be Mr. fucking Devious over here? Stop asking artists. And artists also. Artists, stop telling people about the other work you're doing. If you want to publicly push your schedule, fine. Don't go in DMs with someone who you're being commissioned by and tell them about other people's commissioned work. That should be between you and the person commissioning it. Because you kind of, even though I don't think you're in the wrong, you are kind of letting this happen. You are almost like encouraging it by the way you're acting in these DMs. Like, stop. Why are you asking about what she's doing for other people so fucking much, Red? You know what you're doing. It was right after she removed 2 models from her schedule. I never told Sinder about Geary because it never went anywhere and there was no reason to. I hope Silver would find someone else. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Like, hey, I hope she finds someone else. Yeah, I'm sure you do. Sure you do. No, you don't care. You're just like, i.e., you hope it's not Nano doing it, is what you're saying. Unlike Sinder, by this point in time, I'd basically written off Silver because of the undeserved way she treated her. Are you trying to claim that you're trying to claim that Sinder didn't write her off entirely? Sinder was still trying to be your friend and was totally not mocking her. Jumping ahead again. By the way, since you got plans, do you think it would be best for me to have Bao's model done sooner, or around June is okay? I really don't know at the moment. We're working on the winter model now, finishing the Gamer Subs art. Next one might be WeebCon. Okay. Then Sinder did want to do a 2.0 pirate / bikini model for the summer. Alright. Yada yada yada. Nano asked me when she should have Bao's model done. Yeah, it's almost like you manipulated it into a situation where you kept asking her, how's your schedule? How's your schedule? I want you to be you are ours. You're essentially bought by us. You've almost taken Nano under your wing as if she's another one of the people you're managing. You've manipulated the situation to the point where it's almost like you're managing Nano now. To the point where Nano's asking you what she should do with Bao's model. Why are you asking her about Bao? Why are you asking her about Silvervale? Why are you asking her about these other VTubers as models? That's very strange, don't you think? Nano refers to herself as a dedicated Sinder slave. Yeah, why do you think? Why do you think at this point she says that? Which isn't something I never implied that. I never implied I only wanted to work with us, you fucking liar. Holy shit. You fucking liar. Earlier you said we want her to be her artist. You fucking disgusting, slimy freak. Someone I worked with asked me about how it was working with Nano since one of her friends was commissioning her for a model. A few days after the message, I responded praising Nano. Cool. That doesn't make things better. Hey, I praised her. Cool. Red messaged Nano about me and one of my model sisters. We didn't have a problem with sharing Nano as a model mama with anyone. Except Silver, apparently. And Cotton. And Bao. Always supported them. Totally. Yeah, hey, some nobody wants to also commission. That's fine. Yeah, you don't see this person as a threat. Yeah, you're okay with people that you don't see as a threat. Yeah, no shit. No shit, you're okay with that. Nano voiced her concerns to Red about their previous conversations where she got the impression that Red wanted her to only make models for me. The confusion around it is cleared up between them. This situation shows that Nano was capable of putting her foot down and making decisions for herself despite any accusations of manipulation. What am I looking at? I like how you don't highlight anything. I didn't yet cause said they could get one from me. Blank said they can get one from me. By the way, we need to talk later. What's up, Nano? So it's about working with Sinder. My friends told me it's a bit unfair for me to stop other models, so I do more for Sinder, which I agree with them. So it's about working with Sinder. My friends told... Oh, I'm reading the same thing. Okay. I'm a free artist, and I should do whatever I want to do. I don't want to take sides on any drama or situations. I still will always have a way to have open slots for Sinder, but I won't be having her as my only customer. Why would she feel the need to say this? Bro, Redacted. Why would she feel the need to... Sinder and Redacted. Why would she feel the need to say that? You keep acting like we didn't explicitly verbatim say she has to only work for us. Yet... it sounds like she got the impression that you insinuated as such. Manipulation isn't always direct, bro. I agree you're a free artist and you should do what you want. But I was under the impression that taking on more Sinder work is what you wanted to do. I didn't think it was like we were making you do that. Sure you didn't. Sure you didn't. Guess we gotta misunderstand on both sides. It's more about this. And she points to what Redacted said before about how basically the comment I said where it's she wants it to be her artist. She doesn't want any more. If there's too much of Nano's art, too many people commissioning Nano, it becomes less special. Gee, what could you mean by that? What could you mean by that? Gee. Oh, I see. I mean, what I said is still true about how we feel, but I wasn't saying you had to do only Cinder from now on. Just not anyone that could compete with us, right? Just don't do anyone that can compete with us, like Silver, like Cotton, like Bow, like Spite. That's with anything, though, and just your work. If you have something special, and then everyone wants and gets that thing, it makes it less special. I'm sorry you were under the impression we were trying to make you do... What did you mean by that, then? Hey, Redacted, idiot. What can be interpreted when you say, hey, you have all these different people commissioning you, but if you do so many commissions, it makes our art feel less special. And we will keep commissioning you. We want you to be her artist. What could you mean by that? We weren't trying to manipulate you. We weren't insinuating anything. We didn't mean you couldn't do work with other people. But if you did, it'd make it less special. We might have to go to other people. We might have to rethink things a little bit. I'll keep things more business talk and less emotional. Just let me know how this will affect your schedule so I can tell Cinder after. Sorry for the stress, Nano. Every single mod I do is unique, and I make them special in their way. Not like I'm selling Cinder to everyone. Please don't feel this way. No, I know. You pour your heart and soul into your models, and they're all incredible. Also notice how, I don't know, this feels more like in a relationship of any sort, I guess. If you're feeling like someone is saying something you don't like, and then you decide to like pull away your emotions, you decide to pull away from them. Or it's like, okay, I see. I will keep things more business talk, less emotional. It almost feels like he's pulling away. He's like, all right, no, all right. From now on, I'm going to be only business. And she's like, no, it's all right. No, it's okay. You know, it causes her to... When you pull away, sometimes it encourages them to go forward. You know, it's like a push and pull. It's another manipulation tactic, potentially. No, I know you pour your heart and soul into your models. They're all incredible. I'm sorry I made you both feel this way, too. What's this bottom comment? Are we going to see it? It's okay, Nano. Okay, yeah, they do have it coming up. Jesus, he wrote a textbook here. All right. I was confused because I never told her you were not confused. You were not confused. Fuck off. You knew exactly how she got that impression. I never told her explicitly, verbatim, that she should only be working with Sinder from now on. I didn't ask her to cancel anything either. I stated I thought it would make her less special. Okay, what can one read from that? Then she canceled 2 models. And you were fine with that. You encouraged it, in fact. You earlier said you kind of encouraged her to keep going like that. I thought it was because she wanted to do more with us. Yeah, you encouraged it. To be fair to Nano, I didn't explain my point of view about our models at all, but I didn't bring it up to... Yeah, you did! What the fuck else reason did you bring it up? Why would you bring that? Why would you say that? Anytime you say something, there's usually a reason you say it. You're trying to convey a message. What message is conveyed when you say, oh, when you do all this work for all these other people, we feel less special? Our work, the work that you did for us is less special when you do work for everyone else. Well, she doesn't want to upset you, so she naturally would read from that message, oh, you want me to do less work for other people. And more work for just you. Got it. Okay. Message read loud and clear. You're like, I wasn't trying to convey that message. You fucking liar. First of all, this is a way of thinking about the value of Nano's models was my thought process. Yeah. You're basically saying, I didn't mean it this way. What I meant was this way. The same way that you didn't mean, supposedly. Cinder understood and went along. Okay, not everything we feel or see the way... Not everyone will feel or see the way I did here. That's okay. Because I don't think this is a right or wrong issue. It just comes out... Like, this is the part where you're just lying. You wrote a whole thing. Why not just say, from a business perspective, I thought exclusivity to her art, because I valued her art that much, would have been beneficial. You're trying to pretend like you weren't insinuating that she should, in order to keep your business relationship where it's at, she should focus more on Cinder. That was your point. That was your intention. Yet you're trying to pretend like it wasn't your intention. It just comes down to what each person values in a VTuber, artist, or viewer. This just shows how much we admire Nano and our work in putting in a pedestal. Okay, this has nothing to do with the idea that other people with their models was less incredible because there was more of it. That's literally what you were saying, you fucking idiot. There's no other way to read that. I'm saying that if there's more of it, it would be less special. But I'm not saying if there was more of it, it would be less special. What? It's supply and demand. It's like a rare trading card. You're just fucking... You're not making any sense. You're just... You, sir, are trying to make us believe you're not saying what you're literally saying. It would be less valuable. I'm not saying it would be less incredible. I'm saying it'd be less valuable. They're all incredibly high quality, or they're incredible quality, extremely unique, highly sought after, but each individual would be less special or valuable. If there were 100 of them rather than just 10, from a VTuber's perspective, your visual identity is extremely important. A model is, yeah, okay. He's coping. He's coping hard. The fewer VTubers with this model's art style, like, yeah, you're basically saying, I meant it, but I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it, but I meant it. I only thought this way over models because of the role and importance they play for VTuber. No shit. It was never about who was asking. Yeah, it was. Yes, it was. Just more important. More and more people were sure. Okay. More new model clients meant more new recurring model clients, meaning less time for anything. Yeah, because you wanted her to just do your stuff, ideally. You wanted her to always be available for your guys' stuff. Which is why we considered an exclusive... Yeah, you fucking idiot. Yeah. Yeah, that's why the exclusive... Yeah. We weren't saying we wanted to only do our stuff. We weren't saying that it would be less special. But we were saying that we felt like it would be less special. And that we needed exclusivity. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth. You think we can't see it. It's in the same... Like, within the same... paragraph, like one sentence later, you fucking go back on what you just said. You're not even consistent within like sentences. My priority has always been plans and our schedule. Everything a VTuber does revolves around new model debuts, merch, music, events, and more, all planned around the new model or outfit as a centerpiece. That's why I always ask Nano about our schedule and where she can fit in our plans at a consistent pace we've always... And at the consistent pace we've always... done, I guess. That way we can keep up with the pressure to always do bigger and better things all around. This is another thing I don't understand. Why don't you just, like, react to stuff? Like, they're there for you. They're not there for constant debuts. I don't know why it's like VTubing became like, oh, debut. How about you just be entertaining? How about we just have... It should just be more about entertaining streams. Why is it I need to have new models every month. I need a new model. Just, why don't you keep the same model and just be fucking entertaining? Is this like a cope for not being entertaining? Do you have these models, constant debuts, weird shit, as a way to cover for the fact that you yourself just existing there is not entertaining? Kind of seems like it. On the other hand, as you'll read, I could completely sympathize with Nano's perspective as an artist. In an artist's view, they want their art to be everywhere and seen by as many people as possible. Yeah, okay. New ideas, new concepts, okay, yeah. When Nano told me how she felt, 100% on board, sure you were. I was 100% on board. That's why later I tried to do an exclusivity deal. I was 100% on board. No reason to argue with her. But that's why later I did an exclusivity deal. Or attempted to, at least. Bro. When I said business is business in these messages, it was referring to the fact that Nano made a business decision that was best for her, even if it wasn't necessarily what I wanted. I respected it. Yeah, no, but that means you walked away not happy. You walked away not happy. You can claim, yeah, business is business. Yeah, no shit. Sometimes business dealings happen, and not every party is happy with that business decision. Shit happens, bro. I was completely understanding and sympathetic to Nano's side of things, working with Silvervale. The drama she was talking about was about Silvervale. I never asked her not to or to cancel her model, but if she wanted to work with Silver, then there was nothing I was going to do to stop her or say to stop her. It was her business decision, and I respected it, just like I always had. Business is business, sure. Let's see. If you end up filling your model schedule again like it was, let me know. We'll have to replan some things depending on that. Here you have this fucking slime ball. You have your fucking insinuation that we might have to reconsider. Hey, if you change, so we made that comment about being less special, about wanting you to just be her artist, and then you canceled stuff. And everything was peachy keen. But then we're like, oh, well, you're voicing a little bit of independence. We see. Okay, we understand. Business is business. All right, we understand. Well, if you do end up filling your schedule again, like it was when we had the conversation last time, we have to replan some things depending on that. We'll have to reconsider some things. Thank you for understanding my side. We're all trying to... Yeah, okay. Don't take this personal. I still love working with you guys. And again, apologize for the trouble with your plans. I'll still revisit. Okay. Business is business, is what you say. If you want to go through with the projects we talked about, and let me know which ones you want to do too. I'll just wait to hear from you about your model list and what you want to work on before we set anything in stone. Of course, I'll be away today, so I'll give an update later. Is this about Silver's model, Nano? You're already on top of it. She's like, all right, I'll be away today. I'll give an update later. Is this about Silver's model? Yeah, I want to take it, but I don't want to disrespect Sinder. I just want to do pretty models, no hurt feelings. Business is business. You're clearly upset. In Red's messages, bottom, he was joking. Oh, it's always just a joke, right? Of course I was okay with Nano's decision. My conversation with Nano about this is below. Wait, which is this? The business is business heart is the one that's the one that's a joke, or is it this one? Oh, okay, this one. Me and you are good, but I still gotta tell this all to Sinder. It'll be fine. But are we good for real? This feels like a weird breakup. I'm stressing. Why would she feel like that? Why would she? I thought it was just business to business, right? Yeah, you said business is business, and she did the Pepe hands. That's a standoffish response. That feels cold, no? I understand the logistics. At the end of the day, you do what you need to do, what's best for you. Even though it upsets me, even though I'm sad, even though I'm upset. Hey, I get it. Business is business. Now, see, because like people can say that. And then later, they keep in mind, they have a memory, they remember what you did. And then later, they're like, hey, sorry I didn't go to you, I went to someone else. Business is business. That's kind of how that works, right? Just like before I told Nano she needs to do what's best for her, I didn't say anything about Silver in our conversation where Nano canceled her model. It's like, I didn't, the defense, Red's constant defense is, I didn't explicitly say this, didn't explicitly say this, didn't explicitly say this. Nano, I might be able to, considering I'll only take Silverback. Again, Silverback Gorilla. Anyway. Again, I did not say anything about Cotton, but Nano canceled her model anyway and never took it back. Okay. The insinuation is still you want it. Like, you do realize the insinuation is still, despite your conversation, it's still that you would prefer her schedule be more open and available for Sinder. It doesn't matter what you say, that is still clearly your motive and intent. No matter all the words that pass by, both parties are aware of what the goal you're trying to advance. So when you go, I didn't explicitly say this, you don't need to explicitly say things sometimes. Once again, saying business is business here is me telling her that no matter what her decision is, I would accept. You have to. You don't get a choice, right? Isn't I would graciously accept it. I would accept it. You don't have a choice to accept it or not. It's her choice. It's her choice. She gets to choose if she's doing it or not, right? It didn't want to affect her decision. Sure you did. I asked Nano if she told Silver she canceled her model because of Sinder. Because before this, Nano was under the impression I asked her to only work with us when I didn't. You heavily insinuated it. I didn't explicitly say it. Again, his cope defense. I didn't explicitly say it. She canceled Silver model at the end of the same conversation. I didn't know what she might have told Silver, but Sinder had nothing to do with it. Sure. I apologize to Nano for all of this again, and both her and I were satisfied. Cool. Good, cool story, bro. Alright, so we move on to a little bit later, 10 days later. Bruh. Here are my own DMs with Nano about what happened, where I say it's just business. Red told me about this conversation with Nano before she messaged me, and my use of the phrase had the same meaning as his. Since we don't need to keep going. Can we shut the fuck up about it's just business? Business is business. Business mindset is business. I was about business. Shut the fuck up already. We get it. Here's where I said business is business. Did you see this is where I say it's just business? I said here it's a business mindset. When she came to me, that's from the old doc. I don't think it's worth reading again. When she came to me about what they've been talking about, Nano told me she thought and chose to cancel models because of what Red said. Yeah. Yeah, anyone with a fucking brain can read. That's what Red was implying, even if he didn't explicitly state it. Red only expressed his opinion to her. Hey, the person paying you money said that this is what they'd prefer. The person giving you a lot of money said, hey, I'd prefer if you did this. She didn't have to do it. He was just expressing his opinion. He didn't explicitly ask or imply for her to cancel anything on anyone. When she came to him about it, he understood and sympathized with her view. Gee. When she did what he wanted, he was like, that's all right. Yeah. I understood what Red's reasoning was in a screenshot Nano sent, but no matter what she chose to do, it was just business. Just business. Just business. Business is business. Just business. Since it completely ignored in my apology, I deceptively misinterpreted and turned into a meme, let me explain again what I meant by it's just business. Stop! Everyone, there's a reason it's a meme. Everyone knows what you mean. There's no hidden nuance. There's no hidden nuance in what is meant by it's just business. You're not a mastermind at deception. We can read you loud and clear. You're not fooling anyone. Alright, I'll read through this as fast as I can. Shin has been completely ignored, yada yada yada. If Nano had chosen to pause, delay, or cancel any plans or future work with me for any reason she would give me, whether due to other clients, burnout, or any other reason, then it was just business. Both Red and I had repeatedly reassured Nano over the years that there was nothing she could say or do to make us choose to stop working with her. That's not true. That's not true. We saw you guys that we would have to reconsider. We were looking at other people. We don't want to, but we will. Our feelings did not dictate Nano's business and commission decisions. Yes, they did. We always made a accommodation for her to be able to work with us when she could. But if she couldn't, you wouldn't. If she couldn't, you'd find someone else. No, isn't that the whole point? Our feelings did not dictate. Yeah, okay. We always made accommodations. Okay. If she had come to us herself saying she didn't want to work with us ever again, then that was just business. Yeah. Hey, why is that phrase? That phrase can mean, when you say business is business, when you say it's just business, that can be cold. You guys seem to be thinking like, no, we're saying, hey, it's just business, so we're still friends, right? It's just business can mean, hey, fuck you. It's just business. So, yeah, okay. Neither of our comments were made trying to convince her to sabotage cancel. Yeah, they were. What was the whole thing about, hey, it'd be less special if you worked with other people. But we weren't trying to convince her to cancel anything. We weren't trying to convince her to cancel anything. My manager was just talking to her in DMs about how, hey, if you made work for other people, it'd be less special. I don't remember using the phrase anywhere else again, but it's been turned into a catchphrase I've allegedly had all along to sabotage. That's not how you fucking retard. It's not what people are saying. They're not saying the catchphrase is to sabotage people. They're saying this is just representative of your mentality, your greed. Like, hey, buddy, I fucked you over. I undercut you. But it's just business. That's just business. It is how it is. It is what it is. If you were to present my conversation with Nano first without any context of Red's discussion of what happened before, it could look like I was directly responding to Nano's message about canceling other people's models as it's just business. This is how it was presented in Nano's document. With just your conversation? Where's your so we got Sinder? Sinder and Nano, okay. Where's the it's just business comment? Where is it? Okay, I don't see it in this fucking... Alright, well, I'm just gonna say sure. Maybe without context. Oh, is it just below? Am I dumb? No, okay. Never mind, I'm just gonna say whatever. Sure, maybe it was misrepresented context-wise, but it's still, even presented with context, it still looks pretty bad. Given the context, it still looks pretty bad. You don't exactly solve it by adding context. Nano told Red she was going to take Silver's model back. 2 days later, she told him that Silver might have found another artist and was waiting for confirmation. Nano had plenty of time to tell Silver she'd take the model back if she wanted to, but never did. Why might she do that? Nano and Silver blamed us for her model being canceled. You guys were directly responsible. How about this? If you were never in her fucking DMs saying, hey, it'd be less special. Hey, you know, we want you to focus more on Cinder. Hey, yada, yada. If you weren't in her DMs fucking saying this shit, would she have still done this? I don't think so. If you guys weren't in there doing your manipulation, I think she would have still kept her fucking busy-ass schedule. Nano told Red she wouldn't be taking any commissions until February for a break. Red asked her when she'd be able to start my winter outfit, starting screen art, and she told him mid-January. Yeah. It's almost like she's going above and beyond for you guys. She told, Red told Nano that one of my future model sisters showed me her model Nano was working on. We were on a trip, IRL trip, in February 2024 when this new sister first told Red and I that they were working with her. We were both excited. Okay, cool. Okay, who cares? Guess what? Is this person a threat to you? You blocked out their names, so we don't know. So this is meaningless. This is about business. This is about competition. This is about people you see as potential rivals, business rivals. We don't... I highly doubt this person that you've redacted, well, ironically, that Redacted has talking about here, that is Redacted, I highly doubt they were at a level that you see as a threat. Red moving projects around to accommodate Nano. We preferred all our work. Yeah, no shit. We know that already, that you preferred all your work from her. Message I had with Nano showing I was happy for her project she was working on. Cool, you were happy. Nano told Red she was feeling burnt out. This is this year. Oh, we're moving up pretty fast. This was last year, though. May last year. He said he'd delay my next model for when she was ready for it. We wanted Nano to be the one who made all our major... Yeah, you said this already. We had no problem waiting for her in the past. Okay. Yeah, yeah, we understand you value her fucking immensely. We understand that. Red asked Nano about a merch artwork commission, giving her the opportunity before anyone else. Yeah, no shit, because you want her to be the artist. You can't. We know you want her exclusive. We know that. You can't keep pointing to we praised her, we supported her, we wanted her exclusive. You can't keep pointing to this and be like, we were good people. No, this doesn't make you good people. This doesn't. It's not like you're affording her opportunities. Guess what? If she didn't have you, she could potentially be working with Silver. If you didn't do all this, if you didn't undercut Silver, if you didn't push her to remove some other commission, she'd probably have other clients other than mainly Sinder. I mean, she does, but I mean, like, you've kind of pigeonholed her to be, like, nearly Sinder exclusive. Before even you made the exclusivity deal, you've essentially groomed her for exclusivity. We left out the Power Pup floaty toggle from Sinder's bikini model to not copy Lily's, which had debuted earlier in the year. Okay. Cool, I guess. My own messages with Nano were where I helped her with an audio question. I was always willing to help Nano or any of my friends when I asked for advice or help. Cool. Nano told Red that she may be looking to focus on more projects with me because she was getting fewer commissions. Ooh, gee, well, okay. And would be taking less too. Yeah, like I said, you were grooming her into exclusivity. You kind of fucked her over with her relation to other influencers, other VTubers. We were her most loyal and repetitious client. Why might that be? We fucked her over. We fucked her over with other people. And now she's seen as, you know, canceling on Silver. Now she's stuck with us. We were her most loyal. We fucking locked her down. But hey, we were her most loyal and repetitious client. Yeah, no shit. It's easy to do when you get everyone else canceled. I'm getting less comms. I was thinking maybe stay more on Sinder work. Yeah, gee. Now delivered a project to Red, and a collab with her comes up again. Okay. While at Anime Expo, Red and I made sure to be able to see Nano at her first ever meet and greet. Okay, cool. Like, it's like, hey, we helped our exclusive artists. We helped our exclusive artists. We helped our exclusive artists that we're trying to make exclusive. Why do you think this helps your case? Red asked Nano if she knew when Bao's model was going to debut. Again, very weird. Why are you asking this? So you can plan our schedule around it. So you can undercut her, or what? Like we've done what other people we worked with. Why? What worked? What would you do? Like what would you do different based on when Bao's model would debut? Oh, you mean plan like, okay, your commissions. Your commissions would be planned around it. I gotcha. It was the end of July, and he thought her model was already finished. Last time Nano mentioned it to him was in November. She told him he was planning to get it done in June. We saw the design at WeebCon in March, and Bao showed us. Okay, so maybe she's delayed. She's missing a deadline again. Sinder's Angel model was booked for October, and I was excited for what I thought was a model it was making for someone else. Okay. I guess I want to move on my... Wait. But I guess I want to move on with my own brand. But I'll still work with Sinder until she dumps me. Wait, well, hold on. Let's see. I feel like I want to be more into VTubing. Nano's saying she wants to move more into VTubing. I might not take any commissions from that form. I feel like I want to be more into VTubing. Got a few cool ones, but I guess I'll want to move on with my own brand, but I'll work with Sinder until she dumps me. Nano told me she didn't want to take anyone from her public commissions form so she could do more streaming herself, saying she wanted to move on with her own brand, work with Sinder until we chose not to anymore. Encouraged her, yeah. Because she's not working with anyone else. We encouraged her to not work with anyone else except us. Wow. Yeah, that goes hand in hand with the exclusivity deal. Shocking. Very shocking. Honestly, I would cancel my next models if I didn't feel already so committed to them. Nano brings up the idea of canceling models first. After first. It's like you keep pretending like all this previous context. You keep pretending like all your previous relationship with this artist doesn't exist. You're like, look, I know I never explicitly said. I did say this though. I did say it was less special if she worked with other people. I did say I would prefer if she focused on Cinder work. I did say, hey, we want you to be only her artist. But now she's canceling projects and doing it all on her own. Why would she do this? Come on, bro. I asked about Bao being one of the finished models that hadn't debuted yet because I was under the impression that Bao was already done. Nano told me the model wasn't even started. Me saying to her that we'll find a new mama for being busy was a joke. Oh, that was just a joke. Sure. We'll find her a new mama. I.e., we'll find someone else to make the model for her then. That was just a joke, isn't it? You totally just conveniently a joke. Just like I joked about firing her. That was just a joke. We were just kidding. Business is business. Out of nowhere, Nano asked me, do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her? She was already considering canceling it on her own. Yeah, okay. And we're still pretending like none of the previous context exists, right? Right, Red? We're pretending like she wasn't on the... You earlier gave a whole fucking essay about the fact that she was under the impression that you guys were essentially asking her to mainly only do Cinder stuff. And now you're like, what? She was already considering canceling it on her own. And you had no part of that. You had no fucking part of that. You did not try and push the situation whatsoever. Told Nano I thought she would do what's best for her to let... Yeah, okay. You're constant cope with that. From my own experience with Bao, I thought she would be whiny and pushy. She could be whiny and pushy when things didn't go her way, so I thought she'd complain and guilt-trip Nano. You guys have constantly guilt-tripped Nano. I was being honest with my friend about another friend. I never asked to cancel Bao's model or any other model. I wasn't specific. I wanted her to clear up her schedule for us, mainly. But it wasn't... She canceled stuff. What? I wasn't specific about who she should cancel. Nano told me she was already thinking about it, plus canceling other VTuber models, so it wasn't just Bao. Nano could have said anyone's model and it'd still be... Okay, cool, but the point is still the same. It doesn't matter that it's specifically Bao. It's closer to Nano than I was to Bao, so supporting Nano, yada, yada, yada. Alright. Cope. Nano was involved in a drama with a live 2D rigger. I thought it was important to bring up how Nano reacted and responded to the situation. Why? Why do you think it's important? This is one of those things where I want to make Nano look bad because then it makes me look better? If I bring Nano down, then I look better in comparison? Is that what you're trying to do here? Let's see. Is it relevant? I fucking hate this because this is Nano's Twitter. Alright, I fucking hate this because this should be the original chest and he modified it without my knowledge. I clearly state that I offer free fixing for the rigger until model is done and good. Necklace template needs some work. See, what's wrong? This seems good. Fine, yeah. It does kind of look like you fucked it up a little bit. This looks nicer than this. This is like a rigger taking the artwork and trying to fix it. And this is the artist's original work. Yeah. It looks scuffed down here. Nano admitted she never communicated with the person she publicly called out. And? It is not, yeah, it's not a minor visual difference. Nano said she could stand up to clients and refuse to work. Okay, and? Here are DMs with Nano the day this happened. He talked to Nano about 2 models she made and showed her support over this drama. Nano had no problems with gossiping with Red. Yeah, no shit. We've already seen them gossiping to each other. Is this an appropriate business relationship? No. And you admitted as such. It was one of the bullet point things you guys did wrong. You guys bullet pointed that he was unprofessional. Red was unprofessional in his business dealings. You said this. You outright said this was one of the wrongs you did, right? Some of my messages here aged really well. Did they now? Are you just saying like, hey, look at all these, look, hey, I look really cool here. No, I'm not giving you satisfaction of reading that. As stated in his rigorous now deleted tweets, Nano removed herself from direct conversation and used emotional language to attack and rally, rather than actually caring about fixing the problem. Well, she's already got her money. She's already got, like, it'd be the VTubers. If the VTuber is upset with the rigor's work, it'd be the VTuber who should come back to the artist to fix it. No, it's already left the artist's hands. It's not the artist's thing anymore. If the VTuber is upset that the rigor fucked up what the artist originally put out, then it should be the VTuber who has to go to the artist to say, hey, can you do a fix for me then? Red asked Nano if she decided to cancel any models projects like they had talked about. He did not name anyone. It doesn't matter. You want exclusivity. You want her only working on Sinder stuff. But we didn't name anyone. Okay, but if she cancels someone, you still get what you want. The reason why I followed up and asked Nano if she canceled anyone is because it could possibly affect our project schedule with her. Sure. Sure is that why. And guess what? Her having other people could also affect your schedule. Her canceling could also affect the schedule. Yeah. It's almost like, hey, it benefits you to have her as exclusive, and that's what you're aiming for, right? She said she didn't cancel anyone yet, or anything yet. She did not tell me she decided not to cancel anything at all. Then she told me to give her a moment about it. She told me previously that there were at least 2 models she was considering canceling. Okay. And? What are you trying to say with this? After 20 minutes later is when I said to Nano, did you cancel the models? It was in all caps. It's not you, Nano. I'm just between like 20 projects and things, and IRL things right now. I'll give you a list when I talk to Sinder. Let me go do that for you. It's okay, y'all. Just live in a rush. Did you cancel models? I did not. Oh, so you had to push her to say she didn't cancel anything? Is that what you're saying? She said she didn't, and I said ARC. Of doing what she wanted to do because it would, that would be delayed until the future. Joking with her like I had always said. Is it a joke? Nano ARC delayed. I'm scared to cancel with Bao. Nano brought up Bao again, saying she's scared to cancel with her. She didn't say she chose not to cancel any of her projects. Wait. She didn't say she chose not to cancel any of her projects, or that she didn't want to cancel with Bao anymore. Only that she was scared to do it, which explained why she hadn't canceled anything yet. What? I mean, I guess, yeah. She didn't explicitly state this. Therefore, it's not true? I'm bet Red has to be autistic. Red has to be autistic. Because he's like, they didn't explicitly say it, though. No, they can't mean that. They didn't explicitly say it. People only mean what they explicitly say. That's the only thing. Despite the fact that he can use manipulation tactics, he can't seem to... he can't seem to recognize them either. I was not the one to bring up Bao again, and I didn't specify with anyone we had previously talked about. I reassured Nano, yeah, okay. I thought that Bao could possibly start shit over this was the same as before, where I thought she'd complain and guilt trip, okay. Nano agreed with me, then said she regretted opening her other model applications in the first place. All this lead up, the conversation was left out of Nano's and Bao's documents. Is it relevant though? What's the relevance? Yeah, okay. Well, how about you tell me why it's relevant then? Oh, she left us out. Why should she include it? Why are these people so dense? They're like, she left us out. Okay, but why should she have included it? You got to tell me why it's important. Why should I care? Maybe it was not... I wanted to skip it. Why is it relevant? 45 minutes after, Nano said she was able to start Sinder's angel model right away, when earlier she said she wasn't able to and she had planned to start in October. This was all Red told me in DMs right after he talked to Nano. Nano was able to start the angel model right after summer fixes and dances. Yay. So, it sounds like things were canceled then, right? Bow's was canceled, I assume? Later that night, Red told me Nano was going to cancel Bow's model because she wanted to stream more and focus on her own VTubing career. He said we would help her out and that Nano was able to start on my Heavenhound model early now. I felt bad for Bow because I saw how excited she was about the design she showed us in person, but I was under the impression that this was what Nano wanted. Sure it was. Okay. She was my friend too. And I wasn't going to pressure. You guys were doing endless fucking pressure. Or at least Red was. I didn't see Red's messages and only knew... Okay, I get you. Okay, so you're saying yeah. So, you didn't pressure her, but Red certainly seems to have. And here's his quote. If I really wanted Nano to cancel for some malicious reason... Okay, there's the caveat. Like, it could have just been, if I really wanted her to cancel the model... Let's exclude the malicious reason part. If I really wanted her to cancel Bow's model, and I knew I could make her do it, why would I have waited 8 months after I first found out about it in November 2023 and told... He's like, why didn't... Okay, so your defense is, I'm not specifically after Bow. I'm not specifically going after Bow. Yes, I wanted her to be exclusive to it. Like, yes, I wanted Nano to be exclusive. Yes, I wanted Nano to clear her schedule except for Sinder stuff. Yes, I felt like if she did more work for other people, it'd be less special. Yes, when she canceled, I didn't exactly stop her, and I kind of encouraged it a little bit. But I did not specifically target Bow. That's all you got. Alright. This wasn't for Nano to have more time for us instead of anything she... Wait. This wasn't for Nano to have more time for us instead of anything she planned. Yes, it was. Like, you guys keep pretending like you're not aware of what you're giving off. You're not aware of the energy you're exuding. You're not aware of what this artist is getting from you. Every conversation you have, this artist is well aware... Hey, Redacted is a representative of Sinder. I know he represents Sinder's interests. I know he wants the schedule cleared. Ideally. He's not going to ask for it explicitly, but I'm aware that's what he wants. And you act like that influence has no part of this. Alright, Red asked Nano how the conversation with Bao went. I'll talk to Bao right now too. She replied to my iPost. Got a bit, I'll wait a bit. She won't hate you forever, just the next few days, but if she still has the design, I don't think it's a big deal. Nano said she was scared to talk to Bao, so being a friend, I went, if Bao's design was done and the model wasn't even started, like Nano told me it wasn't, then I didn't think it was a problem if Bao could just take it to another model artist. Oh, you went along with like, hey, yeah, I can help this along. Let's move it to a different artist. You can stay ours then. You can stay ours then. Hypothetically, I thought there was still time, I thought there still would have been time to hit her planned Valentine's debut window Nano told me about. The whole situation was wrong of both of us. Okay, here you go. Let's see. Oh, okay, so you won't admit fault yourself. It's like, it was both of our fault. I may have manipulated the artist to trying to do exclusive stuff for me, ideally. But it was really both of our fault. Nano shouldn't have asked me about what she wanted to do with her other commissions. I should have weighed in. Because at this point, you are essentially her manager. Whether you like it or not, well, at the time, I think you liked it. Whether you believe it or not, whether you're willing to admit it or not. At this point, you've corralled her into basically being under your wing. That's the reason that she went to you about what to do with her other commissions. Because she saw it as, okay, you're Cinder's manager. Cinder's under you. I'm Cinder's artist. I'm basically exclusive to you. Not literally, but basically. I won't do art for anyone who's kind of a competitor or seen as a rival. I'm basically under the wing of Sinder and Cinder's manager. So I should go to you guys, because you guys are my most common, most loyal, most repetitious client. Gee, I don't think Nano did anything wrong. Well, okay, she did some things wrong early. But in this regard, at this point in time, what she did is exactly what's expected if she wants more commissions from her main client. And you know what the situation is, but you pretend like you don't. You're pretending, you're playing dumb. Red is just constantly playing dumb on this. You shouldn't be asking her about other people's work. You shouldn't be asking her, but you keep doing it. And Nano shouldn't be telling you, but at this point in your guys' work relationship, she is effectively under your command. It was after this when Bao messaged our group chat with our friends saying that Nano dropped her as a client. I felt guilty knowing about this before Bao had told us. I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything. I was the only one who was known to always work with Nano, but if this was her decision, I didn't want to get involved. I should have been a better friend to Bao and at least tried doing something, but I didn't. Yeah, you probably should have said something. After I posted my apology on 427, wait, we're on, did we skip some time here? This was 8/6/2024. Okay. After I posted my apology, Bao tweeted this about her model being canceled last August, asking how I didn't know about it. It was a standalone tweet, not as a reply to my apology, not quoting it either. Yeah. How? How can you say you didn't know? I showed you both my base model sketch from Nano at WeebCon. We walked on stage to perform together. You were in the group chat when I shared my sadness over Nano suddenly canceling my model after we were so close to begin live 2D and rigging. And to now find out that just the day before I shared my sadness, this conversation that ruined months of debut prep, planning, and merch preparation. If you want to apologize to me, please do it properly and stop hiding behind Red. Yeah, seriously, no. Bao's right. Are you gonna call her out saying she's not right? Let's see. I was aware that in this instance, Bao's model was canceled before she had said anything. Yeah, I haven't claimed otherwise anywhere. All right. Well, you also didn't state you didn't say anything. So yeah, you didn't claim otherwise, but it's still like, hey, you were her friend, right? Your main artist canceled on her. She lamented the fact. In a group chat you're in. You said nothing. So she's like, oh, well, that's weird. I would think Cinder should know something about this. Maybe she doesn't. But now that this comes out, she's like, how can you say you didn't know? I showed, well, I guess, okay, yeah. Maybe she didn't explicitly say she didn't know, but maybe there's something I'm missing. But it's like, this reads like her internal thoughts. Like, how could, she couldn't, like, okay. What is the excuse for her not saying anything? One excuse could be she says she doesn't know. But how could she say she didn't know? How could she say that? So it couldn't be that, right? So she was in the know. So what's her excuse? What's her excuse for not saying anything? I was not aware of Red giving Bao's name to Nano in his exclusivity negotiations in January 2025. Okay. There's no way you didn't hear about it. This is going on months and months and you didn't hear anything about it. This is what I said regarding the exclusivity deal made between them. I had no part in the direct negotiations of their eventual agreement and had no knowledge of Bao and Cotton being included in this list. If I had known my friends were included, I would have said something to put a stop to it. I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if I believe that. You've already admitted to lying in the past. In this, you admitted to lying in your apology document. Like, in this document, you admitted to lying in your previous Google Doc. Seriously. After Bao posted, I messaged the one friend that could get a message to her since she had already unfriended me and I had no way to contact her. Red and I had a falling out the night of the doc. Yeah, you went over this. We didn't live together anymore. Sure, you didn't. I had no way to access his DMs. Sure, you didn't. All I had to go off was what Red told me in August. Okay, and that was your choice because you decided, supposedly, allegedly, you decided to, like, have no contact with him for a while for some reason. Alright. I don't know if she ever got this message. Wait. Now Bao's tweet after my apology. I don't know if she ever got this message, and she never reached out to talk. I told this friend that I didn't know the model was canceled because of Red's conversation with Nano, and not that I didn't know it was canceled at all. Okay. Does that make it better? Like, you knew her model was canceled before she said it. She lamented that her model was canceled. You knew this. You didn't respond. That's pretty cold, no? For a friend? If you were truly a friend, you'd talk to the fucking artist and be like, hey, why'd you cancel? Is there anything I can do to maybe get Bao to get her model? But you didn't. You neglected to say anything. Why is that? Here's the message, I guess. It says, I just saw Bao's tweets. I have no way of contacting her, so if you could please have her reach out to talk to us, it would mean a lot. Cinder sent this message to who she was, to someone, like a third party, who she was hoping would send this to Bao, since she was unfriended. I didn't know her model was canceled due to Red's conversation with Nano. I know it's hard to believe. I was informed on every conversation he was having, but he had a lot of control over comms without constant approval because I trusted him. We don't live together for me to make sure everything he was doing was right, so I'm so sorry to you and all the girls. Let me ask her if it's alright for me to pass the message forward, and if so, I'll copy-paste this directly, then alright. I see. And we have no confirmation if it ever reached her, I guess. This is the same friend I messaged before about Red Knot. I'm so sorry. Okay, that previous thing. Okay. In Bao's tweets, she said that before her model was canceled, they were so close to begin, live 2D and rigging. Yeah. And in Nano's document, it said that Red asked me to cancel on one of their closest friends, Bao, by asking me to cancel my work mid-progress, followed by saying Red contacted me specifically to check on me canceling the model I'd planned with Bao, neither of which was actually shown or true. I mean, it was heavily implied. Again, it wasn't explicit, but when he pops in saying, oh, is that Bao's model? You're working on Bao's model? How far along is Bao's model? Anyway, I need you to do this. Also, one thing they keep not mentioning is the fact that, like, they keep seeming to say that Nano is Brazilian, I believe, based on, I keep seeing them mention Brazil. Like when they needed to build a house or buy a house in Brazil or whatever. I'd assume Nano's Brazilian. Is it possible there's a fucking miscommunication because of a language difference, a language barrier? So, like, you're like, I'm being all sly and sneaky and manipulative. I'm not explicitly asking these things. And the message is reading loud and clear to Nano. But there is still a little bit of misunderstanding. I don't know. A little over a week before Bao's model was canceled, Nano told Red that Bao's model hadn't even been started. And as you've seen, Red never asked Nano to cancel. Not explicitly, no. How could it have been canceled mid-progress, close to being rigged, if it wasn't started? And if it was so close to rigging, why would Nano even consider canceling it instead of just finishing it? Okay, so you're upset with the way it was phrased in Nano's document? I don't know. I don't know what was the status of it. Do we just have someone just post a picture of the status of it? In Bao's document, she said there was suddenly a back and forth on whether or not Nano had the physical and mental capacity to continue her model. Well, because she was booked, right? Booked solid. Nano repeatedly overbooked herself, was never shown anywhere. How Nano repeatedly overbooked herself? But how about how often she canceled stuff, but only worked on Sinder stuff? That's shown, right? Maybe that's more relevant. Like, you can say, okay, a couple of these are Nano's, or yeah, Nano's fault. Sure, maybe. But if you hadn't said anything, I think she would have kept Bao on. If you hadn't said, if Red wasn't in her DMs, I think she would have kept Bao on. Bro saying there was a back and forth also, or bro. Bao saying there was a back and forth also could imply that Nano already approached her saying she may not continue her model. Yeah, why didn't you mark this as speculation? You said you were going to mark speculation. That's speculation. Also, Red didn't contact Nano to specifically check on Nano canceling Bao like was claimed. It was... He did basically ask, oh, is it Bao? Are you working on Bao's model? He specifically mentioned Bao by name. Like, if I don't want to go... the problem is, part of this, and people did say this, part of this is like a... The strat here is like a Gish Gallop in the sense that you're just fucking overwhelming people who are reading this with so much fucking shit that they'll just go, alright, I'm not reading all that. I'm just gonna assume you're right. You must be right. You have so much evidence. You have so much evidence. You must be telling the truth. How could you have thousands of pages if you're lying? Well, apparently like this, I guess. Apparently like this. Because I don't even want to go back. I don't want to scroll up, look through all your stupid Discord discussions to find where he specifically mentioned Bao's name, because I know he mentioned it. But I don't want to do it. It's the part where she's scared to cancel on Bao. Alright, 8/18/2024. Another conversation between Red and Nano. To show how Nano was treated, trying to plan, like, this snippet is also out of context. So there's other shit that was happening around it. This is out of context. That's my point. A conversation between Red and Nano to show how Nano was treated, trying to plan my collab with her, and Red complimenting art. Okay, compliment her. Cool. She was treated well. She was complimented. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember where I left off. Hold on. Oh yeah. Okay. 8/18/2024. Another conversation between Red and Nano to show how Nano was treated. Trying to plan my collab with her. Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw this already. So yeah, just once again, I'll say that showing how well you treated your basically your employee is not going to help your case. You're accused of many things. No one said you mistreated her. You did kind of corral her and manipulate her and kind of pigeonhole her into being exclusive before you set up your exclusivity deal, or attempted to. Anyway. 8/28/2024. After over a year of Red and I encouraging Nano to come on my stream, we finally had our first collab together. It was there on her birthday by Mio's suggestion to Red. Sinder does a Q&A with her model art. Nanoless. So I guess that's how Nanoless looks. In case you didn't know. It's a nice design. I like the horns. Thank you, Nano. I had so much fun yapping. Have a good night. Thank you so much. Okay, so they had a good time. Cool. Alright, what's the point of this? This date to this date. Cool. Thanks, I guess. The DMs, I guess, where they set up the birthday stream. DMs with Nano after she was on my stream celebrating another one of her models debuting, and our messages around her birthday. Or on my birthday. Wanted to show you this. I finally... What did that even say? Finally, another baby. Ah, finally, I thought she hated it and just discarded it. I see. Again, it's probably someone they're not threatened by. 927. Do we really need to go through all this? You are fucking... As I was going to say before, I don't remember if I did say it or not, but they're very much just spamming shit at you. The only reason they went with 1,000... There's so much useless, superfluous information in here. They're doing this because they don't expect anyone to go through it. They think the sheer extent of the info that they're presenting will itself be an argument to suggest she is, you know, she has a defense. It's like just the sheer amount of pages means she must have a good defense, right? Why else would she put 1,000 pages together? No, it's not. None of this is good. None of this really helps her case. It's like all that she's done is like, all right, I threw in a bunch of shit. This is all the context surrounding the situation. Yes, everything I was suspected of doing is exactly the same, though. That's what I'm gathering so far. Nano told Red she was up to take on more of our work. Whoa, shocker. Followed by another instance that shows how she was treated. She was treated well. Yeah, you treat your employee well. She was taken under your employer's, your manager's wing, and you treat your, essentially your exclusive artist well. Cool. You're not accused of mistreating Nano, are you? I guess the manipulation, but this is after. It's like once you've manipulated your target, you've groomed your target into doing what you want. Oh, I give them all kinds of great stuff. They keep doing what I want, and I keep giving them great stuff. It's fine. It's clearly mutually beneficial now. About 2 months after canceling Bao's model, Nano asked Red about us paying for her to cancel her projects. 2 months after Bao's model was canceled. He brought up the possibility of some kind of exclusivity deal to Red for the first time, saying she just wants to do Cinder stuff. Gee, why might she be in that mode, you know, that mindset? Was there possibly conversation before that was kind of along these lines already, prior? This is what I said about Nano accepting my projects and my apology. Every time I've been told that Nano had agreed to work on a new commission with me, it had been willingly and with excitement. From my point of view, it was that she genuinely wanted to be working on these things. I wanted to work with Nano as much as possibly could, making her art the face of my brand. Yeah, no shit. But you got to keep in mind, this is after she. Remember how she said in our previous post, Nano said that she was like losing commission work. People weren't commissioning her as much, so she wanted to do more Cinder work. You've already kind of pigeonholed her to like, she can like obviously lesser VTubers are gonna and by lesser I mean like view count, lesser like status. You're okay with them commissioning her, but the big VTubers, like where the big bucks come from, you're not quite okay with that. So you kind of screwed over her profit model, I guess. So she kind of has to go to you, and now that she has to go to you, now that she's dependent on you, now you're like, look, we've got her how we want her, and now we're treating her well. And now she came to us. What? She came to us wanting to be exclusive. Of her own volition, after being groomed into it. The entire conversation left out of Nano's document, and all the blame for those model cancellations put on me and Red. If you were one of the 6 VTubers who had a project with Nano canceled around this time, this is what happened. Once again, I had no involvement in this conversation, and I was only told about what happened afterwards. Sure. No involvement with anything. Anything. There was no involvement with anything. You were just completely left in the dark. The only thing you were involved in was cheating, apparently. Nano asked me if we'd be willing to pay for her to cancel all the commissions for other VTubers that aren't Cinder related. Hypothetically, if I accept to be paid to cancel every comm that's not Cinder related, would you pay it? Huh? I don't understand. Redacted playing stupid. But also, Redacted's basically like... Redacted's basically like, what? I got exactly what I wanted. I basically already got exactly what I wanted, but I'm not paying you. But sure, we can make it official. I don't understand. We never talked about anything even remotely like this before. Surely we haven't. I'm freaking out with my comms, and I think I just want to do Cinder stuff. I'm dying inside. I want to do my own shit too. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to ask such a weird question. No, it's okay. I just don't, because here's the perspective. Nanoless has already been pigeonholed into where she's basically almost, not literally, but she's nearly doing only Cinder work. She's doing a little other stuff on the side, but her main bread and butter is Cinder work now. Like, she can't go anywhere. She can't go to Bow. She can't go to Silver. She fucked those up a little bit. So now she's stuck here, going to Cinder, essentially exclusively, as they wanted. And they're not paying her to be exclusive. She's still doing little side stuff. But now they've basically got her to offer exactly what they wanted. No, it's okay. I just don't know what you meant. Lol. Do you mean cancel your current commissions that aren't Cinders, and then we pay you for ... Like, we'll pay you for work you do for us. And if you want more to do to replace your other comms, we can do that. Exclusively? I mean, it depends on how you're thinking about it. I don't know, I'm just thinking loud. We never paid someone an exclusivity fee before. Like, how much? How long does it last? Is it multiple times? So now we go straight into, like, contract negotiations. I'm not even gonna read his shit. This is code. She's the first one to suggest the possibility of exclusivity to me. Bullshit. She's the first one to mention this. You mentioned way back in 2023, I think it was, how, man, it'd be... Every time you do commissions for other people, it makes it less special. I wish you would just do for us. And then she got that idea, and you're like, I didn't verbatim say that out loud. What? How would she get this idea? How could she get this idea in her head? How could she possibly be thinking this way? You want to think over more what you're looking for? We can talk about it. By this, you mean... And also, that's the other thing. We can talk about it. We're given the text logs. They can't give us the voice logs. They can't give us any sort of verbal IRL conversations. And in all likelihood, verbal conversations must have happened. They had to have happened. So there's a lot of context missing. Even providing all these DMs, there's still a lot of easy context that could be missing from this. Such as when earlier, they're like, look at my DMs. We've never mentioned Silver, like, ever. But then you have them mention Silver once, and then you have Nanoless responding with, stop talking about Silver! There's no reason to say that unless you talked about it somewhat often. So there's definitely missing context, even now. Even with 1,000 pages, there's missing context. And even with all this context, they still come off scummy. I was open to the idea of exclusivity, but the details need to be worked out or figured out. If Nano chose to keep working with us, we'd always have something for her to do. I asked Nano to clarify, and yes, she suggested we pay for her to cancel the 6 other... Yep. You did suggest this before, though. I'm pretty sure I saw him suggest this. Something along these same lines earlier. I wasn't going to pay Nano just to cancel other projects. Except Silvervale, who I said as a joke. As a joke comes back again. Except... the joke I made, that's probably what I'm thinking of when he mentioned it before. Except the totally a joke, half serious probably. But if she chose to cancel them herself, we'd help replace the income with our own stuff. Chose to leave a list of names uncensored here so that these people know exactly how and why their models were canceled, if it was falsely blamed on me and Red. No, this is still on you guys. We've got Katie, I think it says Mousy, Giga, Mousy again, Zen, Fufu, Megalodon. I mean, to replace the income and be like, all right, how much were all these projects gonna pay? All right, I need you to replace that. Nano wanted us to pay for her to cancel those 7 commissions for other people. If we were to pay her the price to just cancel them, it would cost us $40,000 to $50,000. Okay. To be honest, I think if you were to just be focusing on Cinder and your own content plus drawing art again for Twitter/Patreon would be good. That's my dream. I just don't know if you'd be making the same money doing all these model comms. I miss doing illustration, yada yada, okay. Like, we'll give you all the work we can. Oh no, I don't mean to monopolize Cinder. There's so much good artists, though. That's not what I meant. We still try to give you all the work we can plan and afford. We'll stick to, we'll still work with other artists on things. This is hard to explain. For instance, we won't just do models and starting screen artwork. We can do more art and other things, merch art. Focusing on Cinder and her own content was Nano's dream. I told her we'd give her everything we could, but warned I didn't know she'd be making the same money as she would from these models commissions. So basically, he's like, I'm not willing to pay. I want exclusivity. You're offering exclusivity, but I'm not willing to pay for all of these. I'm not going to pay the 40,000, 50,000 is what this really is. I'm going to translate it. It's like, I'm not willing to pay the 40,000, 50,000. I'll give you like a quarter of that. Let's see. I asked Nano what she wanted to work on. Like, it's like they keep presenting this evidence of like, look at her acting, look at her acting. It's like, okay, yeah, but what happened? What preceded this? What were all the DMs preceding her acting like this? You guys act like you had no part of that? Red, at least, acting like you had no part of that? Nano canceled everything because she accepted too much, saying she was thinking about doing this for a long time, like she told me 2 months ago, earlier leading up to canceling it with Bao. Again, let me grab all the bunch of out-of-context stuff. Put it into context, put it into the dates. What is this? Oh, I see. Okay. No regrets. No regrets. Nano was more than able to make her own business decisions, cancel projects herself, just like in November of 2023, all without me allegedly manipulating. You did manipulate her, though. You keep saying you didn't, but it's very clear you did. Red, you're not getting out of this. You're not getting out of this. I don't care what you say. You're not getting out of it. You can't be like, I didn't explicitly say this. I didn't explicitly say this. I didn't verbatim say this. I didn't put it in text. I may have said it. We can't prove that. You can't disprove it either. I may have said it in a phone conversation. I may have said it in a voice call. I didn't put it in text, though. I didn't exclusively say it where it could be recorded. So it doesn't exist. In her own TOS, Nano states that she can cancel anytime. She's already agreed to start. Okay, yeah. Fine. I think a lot of... I think nearly everyone has that, no? Almost every one of the people you can commission throws it on there. I don't know how this absolves you guys of anything. Like, they were warned. They were warned they can cancel at any time, so therefore, we didn't do shit. Totally. Totally. A month after my one-on-one collab with Nano, I plan to collab with her, my model rigger, and 2 of my model sisters. I don't recognize anyone. I recognize, obviously, Sinder and Nano here. I don't know these other 3, but that's why she's okay with these model sisters. Nobody knows who the fuck they are. Buff Pup. I guess Buff Pup is one of them? Maybe? My model sisters were my friends, not just the one shown here. The claims that I tried to sabotage them or had anything against them or any other model... Yeah, you didn't because they're not a threat to you. Nobody's saying you were trying to sabotage people who were not a threat to you. Nobody's saying that. Nano has an amazing skill where she's able to draw each of her VTuber children uniquely. Yada yada. Okay. Yeah, you did say that. Cool. What about the part where it still was less special? Why is it only certain parts? Only certain parts still apply, but certain parts don't still apply. Why is that? So we can only even now, I can assume that some of what you're saying right now is true and some of it's not. Because that seems to be a consistent factor with you. Collab. Here are some kind of conversations with each of us and about the new models with Nano. I left these conversations uncensored. Okay. Now, are these people bigger? Like, if I look up Buff Pup, which I might censor for a second here, just in case something bad pops up when I search Buff Pup. Hold on. Where the fuck is it? Boop. Hold on. Buff Pup. Okay, that's a pretty big channel. All right, let's look at Sinder now. They're actually pretty close, closer than I thought. The Buff Pup, I guess I could show it. It's not really nothing bad here, but Buff Pup is 240 followers now. I don't know at the time that this was recorded. This was at this was in 2023, I think. So clearly, you know, things might have changed in those 2 years, but currently 240,000, and Sinder's at 277,000. So they're pretty close now, at least. I'm willing to bet back then it wasn't quite as close. Nowadays, she might see it as a potential rivalry, but she's already been fucked by this drama here. Anyway, this is just cope. More cope to be like, hey, look how good of a person I am. Red messaged Nano supporter. Yep, look how good of a person I am. Red worked with Nano to show, make sure our projects are spaced to accommodate her. Look how good of a person I am. One of my brand new model sisters organized a Nano model sister collab with me. And another one of my model sisters. I was happy to agree to it and also streamed it myself. Red sent Nano a picture of us together. This was one we found out about in February in our IRL trip. Cool, I guess. Okay. Why are you telling me? Another example how now she was treated well. We treated her well. We treated our slave girl well. Cool. I never followed up with Nano because of the short hair design. I was talking about it since it wasn't a big deal. Okay. After Nano won VTuber award, she posted an image of her current and upcoming models. She told me that who 3 of these models were, with one being for the one of the people Sinder praised Nano to. We won Parent of the Year. With it, I wanted to show every model I've done so far. Okay. Here are my own messages with Nano after she won the VTuber Parent of the Year. Wow, holy shit, yeah, I'm such a good person. Cool. This is so full of fluff and bullshit and yapping, and look how good of a person I am. I couldn't have done these manipulation and bullshit things. I treated my manipulated targets so well. Another conversation between Red and Nano. As you can see over the course of the messages, Nano's work with many others, people besides us, is never a problem. This is before the exclusivity thing. And also, this is around the time she mentioned that it was slowing down, and that she wanted to do more Sinder work because of that. My message wishing Nano luck. Why is that relevant? I messaged her wishing her luck. And? Does that mean you didn't do the things you did? The next event in the timeline with Nano was when she and Red made their exclusivity deal. But before we go over that, I want to address. Oh yeah, let's add a. We gotta first preempt it. We gotta preempt it to explain why it's actually okay we did this. I want to address why we thought to ask her about exclusivity in the first place. I thought you didn't ask her. I thought she asked you first. She was the first one to bring it up, according to earlier in the document. Earlier in the document, you said she brought it up first. We never said anything about that. Now you're saying, well, here's why we brought it up. Here's why we thought to bring up, ask about exclusivity in the first place. There was another person we were consistently working with, and that was Artist 1. They wanted to discuss a permanent position with us, paid position with us, and suggest some kind of exclusivity for the work they did. Just like with Nano, Red handled any business-related discussions with them, and there's more that happened with Artist 1 in Bow's and Silvervale's sections of this document. Okay. Artist 1 messaged Red to pitch him their idea. Got some business to talk about. What's up? Okay, so given the past months of pretty much only working on Sinder stuff, the upcoming planned projects of all kinds you had in mind, and the workload forecast in general, it got me thinking, and I wanted to pitch an idea your way for you to think about. It's not small, but I figured I'd float the idea your way and see what you think of it. What do you think of changing the way we do things from a commission-based to something more in line with a permanent salaried position? Since some of the concerns that were brought up before were surrounding availability, being able to clone myself, Lamau, I was thinking that this way I'd be able to guarantee a 40-hour work week dedicated entirely to Sinder, as well as a flexible schedule availability to match the needs of the team. The full range of my skill list would also be at your disposal, or at the disposal of the team, in addition to the core disciplines like animation, rigging, visual effects, that kind of stuff. I'd also help you out with stuff like project management, graphic design, merch photos, IT, web dev, and basically whatever else I can do or needed. And since all the work done as a result would basically be in-house, there'd be no commercial rights or else tied to it. Obviously, no need to answer straight away. This is not by any means insignificant, so take the time to think about it. The thing is, how much are we talking here? What kind of salary are we talking here? It's not an unreasonable ask. What would you be asking? Yeah, what would you ask for a month's pay? Like, our editor, we pay him month to month at a fixed amount. Well, given the wide range of skills, background, and extensive work experience, I was thinking something potentially in the range of blank. Okay, they're not going to list it. I'm also open to negotiate. I'll talk to Sinder about it. Okay, artist number 1 messaged Red the next morning about our video editor, and then said they'd be willing to offer some kind of exclusivity deal or due to competitiveness in the field. In the brief conversation Red had about it, we agreed that we were going to pay them consistently for their work, like my video editor. We'd want to work out some kind of exclusivity with them. I was working with the editor on payroll, okay. Do you have any kind of non-compete exclusivity agreement with them? For example, oh, so this is someone else? Wait. I was wondering, the editor you have on payroll, do you have an exclusivity deal? Okay. Assuming it blank, he can only edit for you and Bao or something? It is blank, and with him, it's kind of just a spoken agreement thing. We offered him to be exclusive, but he didn't take us up on it. But yeah, it's just us and Bao. Okay, I was asking because I had some time to think about our convo yesterday, reflecting on the competitiveness in the field and staying at the top, and thought that in the event we do work something out, I'd be willing to offer some kind of VTuber non-compete exclusivity policy for some of the work I do. Is this the same person? This is the day after? Is this not... Didn't he not just already offer it? Salaried position. Oh, okay. So first he's asking just to be paid salary. Now he's asking, but in addition, I'll offer exclusivity. Is what it sounds like. Okay. So for example, the things that are pretty unique to Sinder, such as the model visual effects work or the blank, I do exclusively for Sinder. That's something Sinder and I were talking about too. We didn't really get to talk about it much yet, though. All right. The next time Red and I talked about this, he said we should ask Nano for some kind of exclusivity too. Nano has adjusted exclusivity to him in September, and talking to Artist 1 gave him the idea to ask her about it again. You guys were talking about this way before this point, though. You guys were talking about this, like, unofficially, but you were talking about essentially her only doing Sinder work way before this. Maybe you didn't use the word exclusivity explicitly, but you were talking about her basically only doing... You were like, we want her to only do work for... Like, we want her to be her artist, right? This was already in the talks. This was in the works years ago. 2 years ago. This was already in the works. In my apology, I said we had to come to the conclusion that it'd be in our best interest to talk to Nano about making making more time for my projects by negotiating with her to cut out other work. This was wrong for us to push her onto. This was wrong for us to push onto her, and it was wrong for the other creators who wanted the chance of working with her. And so you're just like, actually, I take that back. No, we didn't push it on her. That was bad for me to say. I admitted too much when I said that. I said too much. Now that I talked to my manipulator, I learned that I should not have said pushed onto her. What I should have said was negotiating with her to take on less work. We were never thinking about asking her to cut out or cancel anything she already had planned. Sure. Basically, the doc she put out, I feel like the first doc she put out was you know, her maybe saying too much, and just kind of, like she said, she rushed out an apology. And she put too much truth into that. Now that she got back with the manipulator / manager, they're like, okay, hold on, let's game this. Let's think about this, let's game this. We have months to think about it. We're gonna put out a massive document. We're gonna iron out all the problems with the last. Basically, this is trying to fix up the problems with the last document and add more. Yeah, okay. Red and I agree we should ask Nano to not accept any more brand new model clients and to not make models or outfits for Silvervale anymore. Nano would have more time to work on my projects. Silver wouldn't be able to get another model from Nano, and I wouldn't be compared to her if she chose to get a new one from someone else. Her artwork commissions and projects with her current models clients wouldn't be touched. This is what I said about Silvervale in my apology in regards to this exclusivity deal. So at the point I was working with Nano, consistently we brought up not making any more models for her. If a VTuber model is how everyone recognizes you, then it'd be hard to compare us directly if we no longer look alike or have shared similarity. It was a wrong and selfish decision, but it made me feel better. And that's why it was a constant topic with Nano. You said it was a constant topic. Now you're walking that back. Red pushed for this harder than I ever did because he knew how it affected me for years. Even though you only talked about her once, supposedly. But no matter what the outcome was, I wasn't going to walk away from working with Nano. I don't know why I said it was a constant topic. Oh, I don't know why I said this. Because you admitted too much truth. You let too much truth slip, and now you're trying to walk it back. Or that Red pushed hard for this. He did! Other than being overly apologetic. Red did push for this. You did. I assume it was a constant fucking topic for you. Red only had a meaningful conversation with about Silver with Nano in May and July, and two situations that involved her in November 2023. Alright, yeah. Just many conversations. There was just many conversations. Remember, they had to have talked about this enough where when they brought up Silver, Nano's response was, stop talking about Silver. And I think she said this to both of them at some point. In both of their DMs. There was only one specific creator we were responsible for naming and pressuring Nano into reconsidering projects with, not an entire list. I was overly apologetic here, saying... The problem was I apologized too much. I apologized too much. Saying we were pressuring her was false. You were pressuring her, though. The previous document was more accurate. Red and I agreed to ask Nano about Silver when talking about exclusivity, which he did. The only project Nano would have reconsidered would have been future ones. Hers was the only one Red and I discussed. As for exclusivity with Artist 1, Red and I had only agreed that we wanted to have it for their work and didn't talk about naming anyone to them. Alright. Now we're finally in the year 2025. And we're gonna have the same issue when we go into like bows. We have bows. We're in Nanoless. We still got bow. We got Shylily. We got Silvervale. I assume these other ones are gonna be less lengthy. Like Nanos is definitely the lengthiest, probably. I would assume. Silvervale might be long though, because that's the rivalry, right? Why do we have the breakdown before? Why we have the breakdown before Silvervale? I don't know. All right. Anyway, so in 1/15/2025, this was when Nano and Red made their exclusivity deal. I didn't know Red was planning to talk to her about it that day, or even knew if he had until after they had already come to an agreement. Without my involvement. It sounds like, though, you made the choice to not be involved, though. How could you not be this involved so many fucking times without basically, at some point, being conscious of the fact? Like, you brought up that Nano has agency. You have agency, too. You can't constantly be absent-minded about your own fucking career, essentially. At some point, you take blame in that. He brought this up to Nano in private DMs, not in our project server. Where the three of us were. I mean, that's us, yes. The quotes from my apology above refer to this deal they made in Nano and Bao's documents. This conversation was presented out of order and purposely left out information. Okay, does the order matter? Explain why, because they keep doing this. So like, it was out of context and out of order and left stuff out. Okay, well, can you explain what was left out and why that's important? Why was it important? If they took it out, why do you think it should be added back in? What does it help? Like, what does it change? So this is red adding. This was the second of 4 total times with 3 different artists I'd ever specifically asked anyone to not work with someone else, which are all presented in this document. In this instance, it was in negotiations for an exclusivity deal. Okay, so it happened a lot, is what I'm gathering. That's a lot. I mean, I could say I've never done this, but granted, I'm not a big channel. But you could probably ask people and they're like, "Oh, no, I've never done this. Never done this. Never done this." You've done it how many times? A total of 4 times, 3 different artists. I don't know. Yeah, Nano, would you be open to some kind of model exclusivity deal? Are you planning on taking on more new kids? I don't mind taking it. Okay. I mean, like, if we wanted to have some kind of model exclusivity, what would you need to make that sustainable for you? This is so weird, too, because they were just having a conversation where she brought up exclusivity. Now that sounds almost like she's never heard of it. Like, that's such a weird, like, hey, I know you brought it up, right? And we made a big point that you brought it up first, supposedly. You directly brought it up. Now here's us saying, hey, would you be interested in some sort of inclusivity deal? You know she is. You know she is because she brought it up already, right? What's the dates on this? Where's the part where you said she brought it up first? Let's get past all the fluff where you're like, we treated her so good. I think it's here. This was in 2024. She brought this up in 2024. And so now you're bringing it up in 2025 saying, hey, you interested in a deal? I guess it had been some time before the talking, like between conversations, but. All right, let's scroll down. Scroll down. Wait, I think we went too far. Here, okay. Yeah, okay, I mean, you wanted some kind of, okay. I was driving, what are you thinking? So I asked help from my friend. They don't know it's you, don't worry. So a monthly fee, calculating my monthly earnings, and how long would this be, and if this counts for models I already worked on. What I told Nano, where we were looking for exactly what Sinder and I agreed to, not taking on any brand new model clients, not to make any more models or outfits for Silvervale. Existing model clients and artworks commissions wouldn't be affected. This was so Nano would have more time to focus, yada yada. Okay. I wanted to preserve the value of the existing Nano models, like Sinder's, yeah. So, more of the same, we got it. We never considered including or cutting off any of Nano's existing model clients, since many of them were our friends besides Silver. At some point, though, I know for a fact they said at some point Bao gets named by, like, mentioned by name as being excluded. Cotton gets mentioned as directly as being excluded. No, we'll see. All right. I chose to include Bao's name, even though she was this is one because I know Sinder says Bao was my friend, and I wouldn't want her included. So this is what she kind of distanced herself from Red doing the negotiations. I chose to include Bao's name to get even with her for what I thought she did. We never considered including or cutting off any of Nano's existing model clients. Were you specific with this language? Because Bao was no longer a current client? It was only Silver, but then I also mentioned Bao. And then I throw in Cotton's name. You fucking... Why are you two-timing us in this fucking document? Why are you two-faced two-timing us in the fucking document? What? We never considered including or cutting off any of Nano's existing clientele, since many of them were our friends besides Silver. I chose to include Bao. I threw in Cotton's name. Bro. Bro, what the fuck? So now it went from just Silver to it's Silver, Bao, and Cotton. Alright, I chose to include Bao's name to get even with her for what I thought she did, which is explained in her section. I threw Cotton's name in there for hurting a friend because I knew she was on Nano's wait list in the past. Neither of them were ever discussed with Sinder. Cinder strongly disagreed with what I thought about Bao, but if I was going to make the deal with Nano, then I wanted to try to include Bao at the very least. Including their names here was entirely on me. I guess the difference is he's saying we never considered versus, hey, this is on me. I guess that's his point. I didn't want them to be able to get a model from Nano, but I wasn't looking to have her cancel anything on anyone. I knew Nano didn't have anything lined up with Silver. Last time I heard she had Cotton down for a model was when she canceled in 2023. I was under the impression that Bao moved on to another artist after Nano canceled on her the first time in August. Since that was the last time Nano mentioned it. I had no idea Nano even had Bao on her to-do list again. So I said it was fine to leave things as they were when Nano revealed it to me. I did feel bad about the idea of Nano canceling Bao a second time, even if I didn't want her to work with Nano, and I would have left it there. Nano asked me if I was sure, and I said she's not down to do work with people. Cinder didn't want her to. Okay. I like this. Yeah, but this wouldn't this be the second time you're canceling on her? Plus, none of this can leave our chat. Yeah. Okay, now you don't need to make any changes. Alright. Cinder only agreed to ask Nano about Silvervale, and did not agree with me about Bao. Before this, I was using we and our like I would in any conversation with any of our partners, but if Nano was okay with what she wanted, I made sure to tell her how we both felt. In an overzealous attempt to get even with Bao, I took advantage of that and made it sound like Cinder agreed with my feelings about her when I knew it wasn't true. It was the only time I lied about anything to Nano. Sure, I'm sure. And it was wrong of me to do this. Everything I said in this conversation were my own thoughts. My hesitancy and Nano's reassurance were both left out. Who cares? It wasn't relevant, though. They didn't show how hesitant I was, but you still did it. It's like when you come to a crime, but like they didn't show that I was hesitant to do it. All right, but they showed you doing it. They showed you doing it. They didn't show how hesitant I was. It's okay. Come on, bro. Nice cope, right? You're like, I was wrong to do this, but they didn't include this. Why do people suck so bad at apologies? Why do people suck so bad at apologies? They're like, I'm sorry, but next time you gotta make sure to put in context. I was taken out of context. It's like, no, cope first. Cope first. Throw in your caveats first. End on the apology. Because it doesn't mean anything if you start walking it back and trying to make caveats and trying to say, okay, well, this, and this, though. And here's like my, why I did this. No. Your last phrase, your last sentence, your last piece should be the apology. He should say, everything I said in this conversation were my own thoughts. Should be, like this, my hesitancy should be up here. Like, reverse the order of these two sentences. And now this is Cinder talking again. I knew about what happened with Cotton and a friend, and I distanced myself from her because of it. But I absolutely do not agree that it was a good reason for Red to involve her. What happened had nothing to do with me, and it wasn't our place to do anything like this because of it. What Red described to Nano below was his incorrect theory about Bao making her editor, Sacramore, go exclusive with her because of Boss Rush's music video he made. I fucking no clue what you're talking about. I knew he thought this way in December, but I never agreed with him. He held it against her. I was completely unaware that any of this was told to Nano. Should have talked to Bao about it, but I never did. Yeah, you should have done a lot. You should have been somehow involved in your business to some degree. I'd rather work with Cinder than Bao, don't worry. Being Cinder's mom means a lot to me. I like how they're like, look at all our text. Oh, but look at these two sentences. There's a lot of meaning in those two sentences. Again, this is all secret talk. La 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 la. Yeah. Anyway, my comment about Silvervale and Gamer Subs was based on our personal opinion about things we saw. Silver was using her 3D model predominantly at the time. This was one way we justified asking Nano this. I didn't say anything about Cinder's insecurities and comparisons between them, but Sinder talked to Nano about it when Nano went to her about canceling our agreement. A message about Cotton was cut out of the screenshot in Nano's document. Your message about Cotton? The what? The Cotton hurt our friends pretty bad thing? So what? Okay. But you still, like, the actions you took were still involved, no? Who cares if you, what? Why do we care about your reasoning? Look, I did it, but she deserved it.